up right now, and here's what I'm fired up about. So I made a decision, or our team made a decision about an hour ago that we were going to give away. In fact, Gail said, I want them. We're going to give away. Does anybody know Christian Lubador? Anybody? Go in the chat, say yes or no. Say yes or no. Do you know? Okay, so yes, some of you guys say no. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you don't know. Okay, so I stopped wearing heels a long time ago, right? The stilettos, the heels, with the amount of time that I train and running around chasing after a little boy, I was like, you know what? How do I still feel cute, but not have to kill my feet or my back or any other part of my body? So I got hooked into these running shoes called Christian Lubador running shoes, right? So I'm actually wearing these right now. They're kind of wild, they're kind of cute, but they have them in like every color. Probably not doing a good justice on these running shoes, but they're $1,000, just over $1,000 running shoes. They have them in white, they have them in blue, they have them in funky colors. Anyway, they're crazy comfortable, and they actually give you this little bit of a platform. So Christian Lubador is known for their red soles. That's how you know it's one of their crazy designer shoes. So I'm gonna give away a pair of brand new Christian Lubadors. You can pick the color, you can pick whatever you want. Our team will organize that with you, but I'm gonna give away a pair of $1,000 running shoes just because. I mean, I don't know, like I look for signs and wonders and miracles to show me I'm on the right track, things coming together. And I thought, you know what if we just kind of created a sign for someone? So here's how we're gonna do this, okay? And fortunately, if you're watching this right now, you know what we're doing. And if somebody starts to tune into this an hour from now, they probably won't know what we're doing. So this will work to your advantage on being someone who shows up on time. So I'm going to give you a pair of $1,000 running shoes for like engaging, for like not just listening to me and multitasking on your phone and drawing on something. Like, no, like let's go all in and break the average thinking today. Are you game with that? Yes. If you're on social media right now, share this live. Share this live. You guys who are on Zoom with me, you can't share this live. So you guys blow up the chat. What I'm looking for is people engaging, and here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run for about 2.5 hours, maybe 3, but 2.5 hours for sure. I know somebody's like already going, oh my God, I can't sit there that long. Okay, but what if I could show you how to think differently so you could access millions of dollars? Whether you made it yet or you go find it, right? What if I could show you how to completely bust up the thinking? Okay, so let me give you an example. Here's average thinking. Well, interest rates have gone up, but I've got like $400,000 of equity sitting in my house. I really want to grow my business, but I don't have enough money. But if I go take the $400,000 out of my house, I'm going to have to now pay a 6 or 7% interest rate. When I got my house, I only paid like a 3% interest rate. And so my monthly is gonna like double or almost double. Well, I'm afraid of that doubling. Okay, but if you got access to $400,000 and I could show you how to 100% run a campaign. Now, I can't promise you anything, but I could line people up that I've showed them how to sell, and sell in a good way. Like sell stuff people actually want, and it will change their life, right? There's a rip current. In the ocean, there's a rip current. I live in San Diego, and when you go out in the ocean, every now and then the lifeguards say, this is an unsafe area. Please move your children, or please move your swimming just a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left. Like feels like life. It's like, just move it a little bit to the right, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. Just tweak it a little bit and it comes together. Most people don't do the tweak. And so what happens is they go out into the ocean and they get sucked down and drowned. So I want you to think about that as I train for the next couple hours, because so many people make the wrong decision because you're looking at, this takes too much time, this takes too much money, and it's unfortunate, but you continue to work hard because that's who you are, right? Are you the type of person who, like, you're a worker? If I was to go hang out with you and follow you around, your mind is always kind of going, even at night. Am I right, Julia? Am I right, Naomi? Right, Roma? Like, your mind keeps going. And so you're going to work no matter whether or not we know each other or not. But what if I could show you how to unhook from the riptide? What if I could show you how to unhook from the average thinking so that you don't get so scared about making decisions? You actually know that if I go all in on this, this will work. See, the reason why half the time things haven't worked out isn't because the strategy you were working was horrible or wasn't good. In fact, every strategy you've probably applied, you've learned from a mentor, a coach, or a book or someone that you know, and it worked for them, but why didn't it work for you? I'm going to tell you there's nothing wrong with you. It's because you got caught in a riptide. And unfortunately, in that moment, you made a lot of decisions out of fear, and you gave up your power and didn't complete what you started. And so it wasn't that the product, service, or program didn't work, especially if you know it's worked for other people. And one of the biggest ways that we hide from success is we make the non-completion, the non-coming together, the falling short of our goals, the defeat, we actually justify the reason why it didn't happen. And then we're afraid to make other decisions again because we've actually, even though we've justified it, we know in our gut that the justification is actually a way that we're hiding that we didn't go all in. We didn't do what it took. So I'm going to tell you that this world, there's a whole bunch of people that are caught in this riptide, and I call it average thinking. Whether you want to call it middle class, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, when I was a little girl, the aspiration was to become middle class. It was to become, a legal secretary and make good money and get married and have a child or a couple children and stay in Vancouver, Canada, which if you're from Vancouver, go in the chat and say Vancouver or Canada, right? Go in the chat and give me my Canadians out there. Let us know who you are. I love Canada. It's an amazing place. However, I didn't want to be in Canada. I might offend somebody right now. I just taught a whole mastermind about the power of offending people. I'm not offending because of the fact that I want to hurt somebody. I'm offending because I want to show you that it's important for you to be bold and to speak the truth. Okay, your truth, not somebody else's truth, not watering yourself down to be liked by anyone. If you're going to stand out and be seen and make a huge impact in the world, which you would never, ever, ever be here following me if that wasn't your destiny. I mean, for God's sakes, you're going to work your entire life away because you're not stopping. Whether I train you today or not, you're not stopping. You've already proved that to yourself. If you think that you're going to retire out, you're not, because you haven't yet. Like, you would be bored. You really would. You just want the idea, or you want the opportunity that if you want to go travel the world for a year, that you can do it. You want to know that you can buy, pay for, do whatever you want to do with whoever you want to do it. Am I right? Yes or no? Am I right? Yes or no? Okay. And so know who you are and realize you've got to be able to speak your truth on a regular basis. That's how your people find you. Okay. So I wanted to get out of Canada. I found Canada very nice, but it wasn't as ambitious in my mind as America. Okay, so now see how I said that? Now that's risking. It's totally risking. Like, my mom was standing beside me. She'd be like, don't forget your roots, young lady. She's downstairs, actually. So we have her here right now. Guess who's moving to America? My mommy. You know what I mean? And she fought it for many, many years, but she loves the quality of life here. And so I share this with you only to start this next couple hour, 2.5 hour venture together, to say, stick in there, because it only takes one moment for your walls to drop and for everything to come together. It's a thinking pattern. I'll give you lots of tactics over the next couple hours. In fact, I'm going to show you how to enroll differently, how to sell differently, how to reach the right buyers. I'm going to talk about traffic because it's really important. You can have the best products in the world, and this is actually, tell me if you know this to be true. Everybody's looking for the great idea. What's the big idea? What's the big idea? And then everybody wants an Oprah or Larry King Live or Brendan Burchard or Hardcore Business, Shanda Sumter. They want someone like us to step up and to promote you. And that would be like a big opportunity to be able to get in front of like thousands, hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people like that on an email or a text message, right? Or a a news broadcast or a TV personality show. Everybody wants the big distribution. Why? Because you intuitively know traffic is more important than the product. But yet, where do you spend most of your time? I'm not clear about what I would sell. I'm not clear about how to enroll somebody. I'm not really clear about what my niche is. I'm confused about my avatar. And there's a lot of people that I see that are like, Shannon, I'm totally clear about who I help and who I serve, but you don't have overflowing cash. That's a problem. That's a really big problem. So you either got a sales problem or you got a lead problem. You actually don't have a product problem, because every product and service that you build out should not be built out of your mind. It should be built out originally from a heart, like stand in the essence of you see a problem in the world that you can solve, period. And you've got a strong enough leadership inside you that you feel convicted that it's like, if you know you can solve something and you don't get off your tushy and get out there and help somebody. Like, could you imagine watching somebody fall on the street or drop all their groceries and you just walk by them? Like, hopefully you would never do that. You would stop, you would help them pick up their groceries, help them kind of get themselves back realigned. There's somebody unmuted. Help them get realigned. And then you'd move on your way. Am I right? Yes. Would you help somebody or would you walk by them? You probably never say you're going to walk by them. But guess what? You're walking by people every day. Every day. You have a talent and you have a skill set and you have wisdom inside you. And you are walking by that single mom that's trying to get on the airplane. We just saw that on an airplane a couple days ago. Single mom, 2 kids, little kids. She's trying to get on the airplane. She's got 17 million bags, huge, cart, stroller, and everybody's lining up behind her and she's taking, and I'm like, let me help you. I didn't know how to even turn down the stroller anymore. I was like, but so even though I didn't know how to help her, I still offered and I stepped in. This isn't about me, it's about you. And it's about how many people are you leaving out there that are starving for the wisdom that you have, but yet you're still trying to get the confidence to show up big. I want to break that in the next couple hours. I'm going to tell you, you can take action without knowing exactly what you're doing, and you can make it an obscene, use that word, write it down right now, obscene, even if you don't know how to spell it, obscene amount of income, because middle class is not good enough anymore. And an average goal for an average lifestyle that is enough is going to put you in a major problem at some point in your life. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And so here's the good news. You can make an obscene amount of income in a couple of years. Like literally, I mean, I just watched a friend go from 0 to $10 million in 3 years. I don't mean $10 million over 3 years, which would be good, right? I mean 10 million in a year. Right? 10 million in a year. And you know what he did this year? He did 5.25. I'm trying to imagine my book that I wrote it down. It's like 5 million dollars just in the month of January. Okay, so I share this with you because what's happening in the world is people are getting more in, and there's a group of people who are getting hungry, and they're getting hungry for a target life. They're getting hungry for a target life. And that hunger has nothing to do with average. It has nothing to do with middle class. There's somebody who's not muted, just FYI, if you can find them. It has nothing to do with middle class. That thinking will get you hurt. And some of you guys already know that. Some of you guys are at an age that you lived either middle class or under middle class for long enough that you already know how many years you've been hurt. Am I right? Yes or no? Am I right? Yes or no? Go in the chat, let me know. And so you have the wisdom. So start barking it down in the chats to the people who are behind you on this road and help them. Leaders never gain wisdom without sharing it with other people. They always lift people up. and you must be a leader to rise to the top. So let's get back to my running shoes. My $1,000 Louis, not Louis Vuitton, I do have those downstairs too, but my $1,000 Christian Louboutin running shoes. You can pick any color you want, the red soles. Why am I giving these to you? Because I think you should have a $1,000 pair of running shoes. And whether or not you sell them and pay for coaching or mentoring, or whether or not you keep them, or whether or not you tell me not to buy the $1,000 running shoes for you because you want to apply it to us being your coach or apply it to somebody else being your coach. I'm not attached. I'm in partnership with Dean Graziosi, Russell Brunson, Jenna Kutcher. I'm in Amy Porterfield. I'm in Shalene Johnson. I'm in partnership with all these cats to help you get on the right side of the track. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go 2.5 hours. So let's call it 3, but 2.5 hours. We're already into it, 15 minutes. And every hour I've asked my team to watch the chats. So watch it on social media, watch the shares on social media. So share right now on social media, right? Watch the people who are sharing, watch the people who are chats, on Zoom as well. You guys on Zoom with me, they're going to see who's really getting it, right? Who's engaging, who's sharing because they care, who's asking questions or engaging in the chat in a way where you're telling us, oh, that just opened up for me, or mic drop, and telling us what the mic drop is, right? Who's actually sharing what's opening up? What are you starting to learn as I go through the next few hours? Every hour, what they're going to do is they're going to pull 5 people's names. So at the end of this live, we're going to have 15 people. We're going to have 15 people to choose from. Out of those 15 people, I'm at least going to buy one of them a pair of Louboutin running shoes. I might buy 2. Just depends on how excited I am at the end of the 3 hours. But my point is that that's powerful. Now think. Average thinking would be, oh, if I didn't get one of the 5 in the first hour, kind of getting tired, I'm over it, I'm going to go. I already know this, or I don't know this, or this is over my head and I feel confusing. This doesn't apply to me. That's all average thinking. Do you know that most of my best strategies have come from the retail zone and the network marketing zone? I'm a business coach. I sell coaching, right? I'm a business coach. How the heck can I apply shirts and retail and leggings and revolve.com? I watch the marketing. Right? How can I apply network marketing? Their sales and referrals are off the charts. How they lead their events, how they hook their reps and their people at the big events, off the charts. They're so good at it, right? They're not great at email marketing. They're not great at webinars and things like that. That's why they come to me. And I train them how to take their message hook, which we're going to train you on the second hour, how to hook. If you don't know how to hook people, hooking just means you get their attention. So have you ever done a live and you have crickets? Like nobody's showing up, nobody's engaged, right? Have you ever had that? That means you didn't hook right. So there's a specific way of hooking. We're going to get into that, but let me ask you a question. Go in the chat and answer this question. Have you ever had the thought that you should be further ahead than you are right now? Have you ever had the thought that at this point in your life, you should be further ahead than you are right now? Go in the chats and let us know. Yes, yes, of course, daily. Yes, every day, of course. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, so that's a hook. That's a hook. So for me to start a Facebook Live, an Instagram Live, a video, an email, a subject line, all of that is a hook. So I'm not going to go too much into that right now, but wouldn't you like to know how to do that? If you don't know how to do that, you go into Facebook groups and nobody engages with you, right? You go to masterminds, so you don't know how to talk, right? Every time you ask a question, it's an opportunity to hook, right? Every time you ask a question to me, to anyone, it's an opportunity to hook. Do you know how many customers or clients that are watching right now that would be your great customer or client? Tons. There's thousands. There's thousands. Who knows how many thousands are going to watch today throughout today? Do you know what I mean? There's thousands. So just you getting up and asking a question, because we are going to hot seat. We are going to create monetization plans on the last hour, right? Money plans. We are going to look at how do you connect cash with your bank account? How do you reach more people? How do you hook? We're going to teach you all of that in the next couple hours. And so when you ask a question, and there's no pressure, by the way, I'd rather you ask a question and do it like without hooking than to not ask a question because you're getting backed up in a hook. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? Like, don't stop yourself from getting what you need because you can't do something perfect. But every time you ask a question, it is an opportunity to hook without being salesy. Now, here's what salesy looks like. Hi, my name's Shanda Sumter, and I have a URL called retiremeshanda.com, which I do, right? Retiremeshanda.com. And here's my question. That's salesy. Because all you're doing is you're trying to be an opportunistic person and people can smell that. But saying, pretend I'm asking, Amy a question and Amy's me. I can say, hey, my name's Shanda. I run a company called Hardcore Business and I help everyday people become millionaires. And so the challenge that I'm facing right now is maybe how do I reach my ideal customer client? Go in the chat right now and tell me, are you having any struggle with finding your customer client? Put a C for customer or client. Are you having some challenges finding customers or clients? Put a C in the chat, okay? If you're a doctor, that would be called a patient, right? And so just make it work, make the language work for your niche, okay? So look at that, right? That's a question. So my point is be humble enough when I open up for questions that you ask questions and don't worry about anybody judging you. But notice how I started that. I had a hook. So, hi, Amy, my name's Shanda. I run a company called Hardcore Business, and I help everyday people become millionaires by building businesses on the side. So I have a question. How do I reach more of my ideal customer or client? Right? And so that's a great question. Took seconds. I don't sound like I'm a billboard. I don't sound like I'm trying to steal customers and clients by asking a question. Do you see what I'm saying, guys? You could see these people in Facebook groups. They go and they drop links. Don't do that stuff. Okay? Because people are not interested. It's slimy. And so you're not going to get good customers and clients. Okay? Okay. Let's start. Are you guys ready? I'm going to ask Jean Bills if she's here. If Jean Bills is here right now, I'm going to ask Jean to pop up. And there's a reason I have a rhyme or rhythm on why I'm asking Jean to pop up with me. Hey, Jean, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm like already like, wow, starting off on fire. Like, it's like, okay, I'm ready. Tell me about the hooks.
So good. So good. So, okay. So the reason why I want Jean to come on is I want her to influence your mind about really where she started and where she is. So she is actually a head trainer and coach here at Hardcore Business. She's been doing this for I don't know, how many years now have you been with us?
I think we're at 10 now.
10 years she's been with us. And there. And so when Jean came on, she was a client.
Yeah.
And building a business with her daughter. Anybody out there building a business with a family member? Put F. Put F if you're building a business with a family member right now.
Oh, so look at all that.
Lots of people. That's so cool.
It's cool.
So Jean's daughter had a vision, and Jean, I think, kind of got roped into that vision and started to help her daughter and build a business with her daughter. However, Jean had it. We're totally into God here. Are you guys okay with that? We're totally into God. And so she hired me for a VIP day, and I literally kept hearing this voice to ask her to come work with us at Hardcore Business. And I thought, oh my gosh, like this woman just paid me money to do a VIP day. Am I insulting her? Like, I don't want to insult her or like make her feel like I don't think she could build a business, but it was actually completely the opposite. I felt she was so great, and she had this leadership skill in her that I knew I could trust her. I mean, she's raised a boatload of children. She's driven. She was the best in her last career. I'll let her share this with you. But I had this instinct and this voice that kept coming up saying, like, ask her to come work for the company. I eventually did. And she looked at me and she said, oh my God, God told me that months ago. And I told my husband months ago. What took you so long? So I share that little bit of her story because I know that there's some of you guys, Allison, that have had a vision and a dream inside your heart for a while, and you keep shelving it because you're controlling, and because you're not letting anybody in to love you enough because you don't trust yourself to follow through. I'm going to tell you that if you can just let this in for a second and really open up and just don't be defensive, don't justify why you're not doing something right now. Just let it go for a second and let Jean in. She is a great testimonial of not being good at something and becoming masterful in a very short period of time. So Jean, you came to work for Hardcore, you started as a client. You were, I'm going to use this word, hideous at sales. When we
It was hideous. I tell people, I'm honest. I tell people, like, when I'm on calls and stuff, like, I tell them, Shanda used to tell a story all the time. She didn't use my name. And she would say she had this client that was so awful in sales that I think she was going backwards. And that,
yeah, like I literally used to think that Jean was like lying to me, and I was like, how is it possible to be so backwards in sales, like so far behind in sales? I was like, it was so funny to watch.
It was, remember, I sold people into other things. I was so non-confident. It's like, oh, maybe you should go over here and buy this instead. I was so non-confident, but and I tell people too, I just shared in the club call, it took me 100 calls for my first 3 sales. And it's like, we're on the club call and people are like, I had 20 people I was on the phone with and nobody said yes. And I'm like, yeah, join the crowd, right? It's like, it's a skill. I mean, I think I remember, hearing like, don't do something that you're not really good at. And I'm like, I can see that in some places. And how are you good at anything until you become good at it, right? And so, and it's been a powerful thing to be good at, right?
Yeah, so let me share some with you guys. So I taught Jean something called an I solve model, which I'll run through pretty quickly, and then you guys can write it down and then practice it, right? But I taught her an I solve model, and I delivered the leads to her, right? So I built my email list, I built my text message list. I didn't know how to hook. You guys are going to learn how to hook. Nobody brought a training like this together where I had all the pieces in a couple hours to at least practice all the pieces, right? And so Jean didn't have to worry about leads because I brought her leads. And then she actually, we had you sell before we had you coach, right? Is that how we did it? We had you sell before we had you coach?
I started coaching first. I was still doing both. I was still doing your stuff and my stuff.
Okay, so she was still working in her business with her daughter, and then she started coaching. That's right. Now I remember. Okay, so she was starting to get success over here, and then we had her coach the piece that she got success in her business with her daughter. By the way, that's a good heads up for some of you guys who have been in business for a while. Like, your best salespeople are your clients. Okay, so she became a coach. So fulfillment, advisor, presenter, any of that. And then she became a salesperson. And then from a salesperson, she became a full-blown trainer. Now, why is this important? Like, is there anybody watching us right now that's done our leadership program, HCL? Go in the chat and just put HCL if you have. The reason why this is important is because if you're in HCL and you haven't enrolled somebody in actually doing the HCL training, I'm going to tell you, you're missing it. Pay attention. I couldn't be any more authentic than this right now. So I could have flipped this. I could have had her sell and then coach, but there is no way somebody can become a trainer and lead groups of people unless they're good at sales. There's no way. Sales is leadership, period. Sales is leadership. 100% sales is leadership. And if you suck at sales, you suck at leadership. Okay. And so I didn't teach her leadership first. I taught her sales, which teaches her leadership in the process. And then she went and she did our leadership program and she exploded. She's also went and continued her education on learning how to lead from the front of the room. So let's go into the sales aspect for a second. So you guys already know she wasn't good at sales. She got good at sales in a short period of time. Then when she got good at sales, what I had her start doing is co-leading with me. So like we have a list power training that's got created because of this woman right here.
Yeah.
This woman right here, you guys who have done list power, put LP in the chat. She is the reason why list power was created. It was not created because I created the perfect funnel. Like that's why I mean, like if you've got an idea, you got to realize it's about letting go of control because we have a perfect funnel now.
Yeah.
When people do list power, they learn how to build an audience. If you have no traffic, no audience, it doesn't matter how good you are at sales, you got nobody to talk to. See, when Jean got good at sales, I could pump her with a lot of leads. And the more people I can have her talk to in a short amount of time, the quicker she's going to get better at it. So I would load her up with 15, 20 calls in a day and she'd walk through it. And then remember, Jean, when you popped, I put her in my condo at the time. I had her come to my house. What happened?
We basically had a day of leads, just like anybody else does, right? And I would take a call and Shanda would sit and listen and they would be like, no, I need to think about it. Oh no, I need to check with my partner, or you know what, I'm not sure I have the money. And then Shanda would go, oh, wait a minute, go back and say this. And I go back and say this.
Which is leadership. Know where to lead somebody. Think about the rip current, right? Think about when someone goes in the ocean and an undercurrent pulls them out, right? That's like, and they're fighting against the current trying to swim. And so think about whatever industry you're in, you guys. If you're, what industry are you in? Go in the chat and tell us. Are you in love? Are you in marriages? Are you in transformation? Are you in trauma relief? Are you a coach? Are you in network marketing? Go in the chat and tell us, what is it that you do? Which by the way, it's really smart for you to look what other people are, like what industry they're in, because you have joint venture partners. You have people that you could partner with. Get out of your mind. Average middle class thinking, trying to get you to think different, would be like, oh my gosh, like they're a competitor. No. They're 100% of their audience is not buying from them. And 100% of your audience is not going to buy from you. And so if you care enough about transforming the world in your industry, the best partnerships you could ever have are people who either serve your customer or client or they actually do what you do. Okay, they actually do what you do. Hear what I'm saying? And so you should scan the chat and look for people who do exactly what you do and write down their name and go reach out to them later. Okay? So don't go sling your shit all over the place. Go partner with them. Go find out what's important to them and see how you can help them first. And then they will ask you what's important to you. People can tell when you're an opportunistic and when you're generous. Be generous. Just have enough faith to do that. Let's break you out of middle class. Okay? Middle class works way too hard. Let's break you out of middle class. You're going to work hard in upper class as well, but it's different. It's different. Okay? So I should do these calls and people give her excuses. Jean, when someone says I need to ask my partner, what are they really saying?
I don't know what your answer is going to be, but it's basically, it's like, well, I always say there's two reasons. Like, number one, I don't trust myself, so I need to go check with someone else. And the other reason that is really common too is that I'm not seeing the possibility yet, which is when with enrollment, anytime, no matter what it is, whether it's value, whatever it is, what it really comes down to is I don't see that possibility yet. Yeah. And so if I don't see that possibility, then I'm trying to get off the phone and I'm going to go ask my partner. It's just a reason to get off the phone. So I don't trust myself.
A supporter will do that all day long. A supporter mentality will go and ask their partner all day long. And they think it's because they've made agreements. It's not. It's actually a sign that you're not hungry, enrolled in what you're going after.
Yep. You don't
So
see
you
it
need to write this
possible.
down for you, and you need to write it down for everybody else. Now, I know I could be offending somebody right now, and you might be completely, I disagree with you, Shanda. So maybe just open up and just listen to me for a second. Okay, when my husband was totally committed about launching a company, he stopped asking me for permission. He came up to me, he's like, I gotta do this, Shanda, I gotta do this. Like, it's like this thing inside me, like, I'll never, ever, ever be able to forgive myself if I don't do this. That's a hunger. What does a partner do at that point? How could I not support you?
Yeah.
So the reason why your partners or people you love are not enrolled in you is because you've backed out enough time or haven't followed through. And so they either don't trust you or they either don't trust you or they don't trust what you're about to do. It's the same thing with you. The reason why you ask for permission is because you don't trust yourself, or you don't trust that it's going to work for you. Get what I'm saying? So what if somebody says that they've got a money objection? You guys should be writing this down, because if you don't know how to lead it, you don't know where to go. And convincing people and coming up with all the logic in the world will not work. If somebody's got a money issue, right? How many of you guys have had money issues? Like, people don't buy because they have a money shortage, or you don't buy because you got a money shortage. Jean, what's going on in that moment?
You're kidding. I just keep saying all the time. It's like when you see that possibility, then there's no such thing as a money issue.
Yeah. So it comes down to value.
Yes, because see, if you don't see that, if you can't see the value, because you can't see yourself actually creating the $1 million.
Yeah.
There's no way there's a money issue, whether it's 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, when you see the possibility of $1 million.
So if you've got a money objection, you have a value. So that means that you need to spend time building out the value for the person. Let me ask you something. Everybody think about a moment that you wanted to invest in something, but you didn't invest in it because of a money reason. Everybody got one? Yes? So you got one in your mind? Something that you didn't invest in because you were short of money? Okay, so let me play a game with you right now. Just do this with me. Ask yourself, like, first of all, because you guys are gonna be at different times. Maybe this was 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So think about something that you didn't invest in because you felt like you didn't have the cash to do it, and ask yourself, either if this was far in the past, what has it costed you? What has it costed you over the years or months because you didn't invest in that? Or if you're in that situation that just happened recently, you wanted to invest in something, but you're like, let me ask my bank account first versus my commitment. I'm going to ask my money first. It's like, okay, so you got to ask yourself, where are you going to be in 3 years from now or 2 years from now if everything stays the same? Right? You have to get connected to the cost. You must get connected. It should make you cry. If you really want to get yourself motivated, it should make you cry. Let me give you an example. My husband and I are looking at moving to Puerto Rico in 5 weeks. We made this decision last week. Okay. And, we've got this house that we're in. We've got about $3.5 million, $3 million in this house right now in equity, right? We've got accounts that I don't want to use because I want them to be available for other investments that they're in right now. I don't want to pull any investments. So the cost of taking money out of this house and parlaying it into Puerto Rico has a very significant cost in a higher interest rate. See what I'm saying? Yes. So now the flip side to that is that, what am I saving in taxes? So I can get super analytical in all of that, or I can get connected to the hunger of my vision. So even this morning, I found out one of the stocks that we invested in is uplifting to the NASDAQ, right? You don't need to know much about that, but put it this way, on a low end, we're going to get a $5 million payout on the low end, right? Because there has to be a certain minimum to uplift to the NASDAQ. And so we know that that's going to happen, right? And so when you stop and you look at, like, I didn't know that was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't know when, right? And so the 4% tax looks really nice. But forget about that. Pretend that wasn't going to happen. There's things in your future that are coming down the pipeline. There's distribution deals, Allison, that are in the future that are coming down the pipeline. And when you don't feel ready because you're not taking action on something, or when I say my husband and I said, the cost of taking money out of this house is too much. What if? What if the company has problems? Or what if we can't pay that? Or my point is, I want all of you guys to be thinking about, what are you getting hooked into that's stopping you? Okay, what are you getting hooked into that's stopping you? It reminds me of a moment my girlfriend wanted to fall in love and get married and have children. And I told her that I'd pray for her. Do you know what she said to me? Don't pray for me. And she's totally into God. I'm telling you, control is one of the most dangerous things that will suck your entire life away. Are you guys hearing me? Yes or no? It's controlling to stop a vision from moving forward. And that control, and I've battled with it. Let me tell you, I have battled with it. I've absolutely battled with it. But when people don't find the money to do what it is that they want, it's because they haven't done the work, as the Bible says, to stir it up. You need to stir up the vision for the target life. And you need to get connected to the cost of what happens when you don't have it. So one of Jean's big visions was to be able to stand in front of rooms and to pour her wisdom out. And so when I talked to Jean about coming aboard 10 years ago to help me lead this company, we went through, remember when I went on maternity leave, we had 50% of our clients attrition out, right? We used list power to train her. And then what happened is list power exploded a bunch of people from 0 to 150,000, 200,000. In fact, Jean uses our list power program to create seed capital for businesses. Yeah. Right? Tell them about that, Jean.
Well, it's one of the funnest things to do because and I say that's fun because it's such a transformation, right? It's just, I'm going to say, for me, it's a fun challenge / game. How far can I get somebody from 0? And I share Ariella's story all the time. It's like, you come in with not seeing the possibility, not seeing the ability to, because she came in on basically, UK's version of food stamps in a van, like homeless, to no money, no business, and turned around.
She couldn't afford our big coaching program.
No, right? She couldn't afford it, but she wanted it, but she could not see it. She couldn't see the possibility, right? So getting her to step into seeing the possibility.
Getting her to step into list power, Jean was able to figure out her traffic, right? And list power, I'll teach it to you guys. So I'm going to go through it so you'll learn it, but you got to understand the framework, right? You have to understand the framework of where you're going, right? You got everybody write down target life. You got to have a target life, right? And if any of my team's watching right now, I am really clear. It's not okay for me just to coach these guys. I got to coach you. And I promise you, I will rub every single one of you at some point. I will rub you. My job is not to be your friend. My legacy is moving you forward. That's my legacy. I got my friends. I got my family. My legacy is moving you forward. And people don't hang out around me that don't want to go to the next level. And going to the next level sometimes doesn't feel good. But I can promise you this, I will not sell out on you, even if you don't like me. And that should make you feel safe. That should make you feel safe. What's your target life? I got one with my husband and I, which is big enough that has me moving to Puerto Rico for half of the year. It's big enough for that. Okay? And so my husband wins, I win, the company wins. A big portion on why I'm doing it is to free up capital to keep my word to pay into crypto accounts. But you know what? I had a whole revelation even the other day. I was like, you know what? My team is going to be part of creating this income, like really part, over and above them just doing their job. Because I gave up the idea of carrying everybody on my back. Who needed to hear that right now? I feel like some of you guys are carrying people on your back. And that you're the one who has to do everything for everybody else. Well, guess what? Your importance doesn't lie in that. Your importance does not lie on that. Your importance is to look at what's your target life and you start building it. And where do you feel called and who do you feel called to help? I feel called to help you guys put more money in the bank. I also feel called to have my team at Heartcore put more money in the bank. I'm really called to get you all out of paper money because it's going away. Check in with Elon Musk and everybody else, and we got to get you into crypto. Whether or not you don't believe crypto is good or not, you got to get out of paper, which means we need to multiply. This training is to get you out of middle class thinking and to break you through to the next level. And the more I can say it to you, the better. This live is really important. Make sure that you're commenting in the chat what's starting to open up, because my team is looking for the first 5 people right now that are going to go in the drawing of 15 people that I'm going to choose out of to buy you a pair of $1,000 running shoes. And yes, you do deserve them. And you could sell them, or you could tell me to just send you the cash. I don't care. Okay? So target lifestyle. Then you got to look at, you got to know your target lifestyle, and then you leave yourself up there. Every decision you make from that point forward must be, how do I get traffic? Number 1 traffic is your email list. And don't let any crazy, really, really ignorant person say email's dead. Because when Amazon stops using email, we're good to go, okay? Email's not dead. It's email's your asset. Social media is rented. Social media is rented. If you're renting your house, you're renting. You don't own it. The owner can kick you out anytime and do what they will with it. It is unstable, okay? Email you own. Second thing is your text message list. What's your second thing? What's your second thing that you focus on? First thing is email. Second is what? Text message list. Your third should be social media. And you should pick one that you're committed to mastering first and then start to spread out. Don't try and hit all of them. We're about to hire an SEO team. It's $12,000 to $14,000 a month. You need to make the cash to be able to do that. What gives you the most amount of cash quickest? Email and text is the quickest. I know, I'm on all of them. I have hundreds of thousands of followers everywhere, right? I know. So I'm telling you from experience, okay? Then from there, after you focus on traffic, then you got to focus on sales. Jean, what's the number 1 way that you found that when you do an I solve conversation, which is our sales methodology, which I'll go through in a second. Sorry, guys. What is the one thing when people, what increased your close ratio the most?
Recording my calls.
Okay, tell us
Role
about
play and recording my calls.
Role play and recording your calls. Okay, so tell me what happened when you record your calls, because not everybody can role play, but definitely everybody can record their calls. Tell us about that. What were you looking for?
Well, we sound great in our heads. Like, it's like, so I'd be like practicing, in my head, and it never came out that way in real life. So being able to.
Who's done that in the shower? Has anybody ever gone to a speaking engagement, or you said something in the shower, it all sounded good, but then when you go to say it, like doesn't sound like that? We can all relate.
Yes, exactly. I would sounded like really so smart. And then, when you came out, and we all get into these places of I get into the spot of wanting to be nice, not saying something that I knew I needed to say to go to the next level. So I would record, go back and listen. When did my energy shift? When did I start shrinking versus leading? When did they enroll me instead of me enroll them? When did I buy the story? And then I would replay the conversation out loud to overcome, like, okay, here's where I did this. Next time I'm doing this. And then I always put a red, like the poison sign, like, what to remind me. Yeah. To remind me, okay, I'm not doing that anymore. Right.
So and so I'm going to pull you off in 2 seconds, Jean, but I want everybody to hear this one thing. Jean can make a couple $100,000 a year selling. And Jean, just with we provided you with the leads from our list, but just from selling, learning how to sell, right? And now you pour back into our community and into our clients. Like, what are some of the things that it's provided you an opportunity to be with, people to be with, things to do because you learned how to do this?
My life has totally changed. I don't know how, I mean, it's being, you know, there's a lot in the pieces of, like you said, that target lifestyle. And so that I created that target lifestyle. I mean, at one point, the target lifestyle was being able to be home with my mom. And my mom passed away, a few years ago. And it became, being able to take the kids, and I love nature, right? So wildlife and them learning about saving the planet was important. So being able to take them not on plain vacations, but on vacations where they were truly giving back. And that wasn't popular back then. It's becoming more and more popular. So being able to do that. And now, honestly, it's a new game. And the new game is passive income. And I've been playing with that for a couple of years now. And that is a freaking fun game.
Yes. She took the money that she made at Hardcore and she started hard money lending it and making 50% on her money by lending her money out. So thank you, Jean. I'm going to pop you off, but I just want you guys to all hear that trajectory, because she went from being an anesthesiologist, being flown all around the world, to learning how to list build, to learning how to sell. You guys can pull Jean off. Learning how to sell, to having her target lifestyle. You got to be clear about this, because if you're not clear about this, you'll be in the minutia of working, right? And you won't have the frequency. Money loves speed. If you've ever heard me speak before, I say it all the time. All that is you must process quicker. If you have a rule with yourself that you wait 24 hours to buy, you are thinking average thinking. Okay, and I know this is confrontational. I know it's not popular, but I can tell you can't process fast enough, right? You're taking too long to process. And so, you got to ask yourself, what's my target lifestyle when something comes up to build your traffic, build your sales, or whatever, right? I'm gonna make a date, fall in love, and somebody's got a referral for you to go on a date. You're like, oh, I'm washing my hair that night. No, let your hair, put it up. You know what I mean? Put it up in a cute ponytail or wear a hat. Don't miss the opportunity, because you know what the target lifestyle is that you want. And this is your true north. It's your compass, so that you know when things come into your path, that you don't allow control to stop you from taking action on it. And by the way, fear, a lot of people use the word fear. Fear is just another version of control. Okay, it's just control. Okay, otherwise you can just, in our leadership training, we say a phrase, but it's go for it anyway, right? And so, you got to learn how to live like that, so you stop being a Debbie Downer on your life, okay? So then she took her cash and she made money in our sales department. She was there with her parents. She's been able to take her grandkids around. She's been able to fulfill a legacy of speaking for thousands and thousands of people. She leads some of our big platforms internally. And then now we're trying to rope her in to come in and train some of our sales team on things, because she's actually really good at laying out plans and programs and looking at your objections. So one of the things that unhooked Jean, by the way, was when people wouldn't buy from her, I would ask her, what are you more committed to? What are you committed to? Them? Or what are you committed to? And what it came down to, when she let a good buyer off the hook, that means somebody authentically that that you can make a difference for. When she let that person off the hook, what it came down to is she was more committed to her being liked by the person. Because if you know Jean, she's likable. We just went skiing this year together. We've been to Barbados, to our house in Barbados together with her and her husband. She is fun and she loves to be liked, much like I do. It takes so much effort to stand in the gap, stand in the fire with people, and give up your need to be liked. I mean, if somebody's doing that for you in your life right now, and it feels tough, I'm going to tell you, you better get on your hands and knees and start saying thank you. Because it's people like that that change your life. It's not the people. Everybody's got their friend that they call that will commiserate with them. I have them I actually don't have her in my life anymore. Now that I'm saying that, I haven't had her in my life. I have a friend from the past, Nikki, who I used to call, and I would commiserate with her. And I would always be right, about everything else in my life being wrong, or anything that I was one to bitch about, one to be wrong. In fact, I remember the last person I called, I even remember where I was sitting in my apartment on the carpet. And I invested with a coach that I got a VIP day with her. And I called my friend Ree because I didn't get that VIP day because I didn't book it in time. And I went to the coach and said, can you just put it next year? And she said, why do you think it's my responsibility? Why do you think it's my responsibility to put your mismanagement into next year because you bought something? Like, it was within the year. And I was so mad, you guys. I called my friend Ree and I tried to complain. You know what Ree said to me? We have a choice. She's a great coach. You can either let that get in the way and you be pissed off at her, or you can realize that she's just giving you a really good lesson in life right now for you to step up and run your calendar right. So I lost that $35,000 VIP day that I paid for. It didn't go into the next year, and you might think that's wrong, but it's not wrong. And in that moment, I stopped changing my entire schedule for all my customers and clients. That was literally the month that I stopped working like 7 days a week, turning myself inside out to be able to be available for every single person. And I started to say, here's my flex time, right? It's a non-negotiable, I'm not working at this time. And I started to be able to say to customers and clients, like, hey, like, this is the time frame. It's going to be 3 months. Right now, there's at least 4 months to get into a VIP day with me, right? I have 3 people right now that want to come into our 1% program, and it's just not open. You know what I mean? It's just not open, and so could I go take the money and coach the amazing people? I totally could. It's just not open, and so my point is like, you don't have to turn yourself inside out to make money. You do need to create a plan that's going to work for you. You need to know what your target lifestyle is. You must 100% understand how to get traffic. So write this down. One of the best ways, in my opinion, to build an email list and a text message list is to look at doing telesummits, video summits, challenges. But even a challenge, I would rather, and I'll go through this. I'll go through how to do this. You can go pay $3,000 to learn how to do a challenge, or I'll just show you how to do it. Oh, I can show you how to do it in like 10 minutes. But can you guys turn on the AC? Can you be the type of person that can actually do it without having to be, like, you're going to be confused. No matter if I spend 5 hours with you, or I spend 10 minutes explaining the 5-hour drawn out, you're going to be the same things that are going to confuse you in 5 minutes are going to confuse you in 5 hours, except 5 hours, you took 5 hours of your life. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm going to show you and talk to you how to build traffic. I'm going to talk to you about how to do sales. Is Sasha on right now, guys?
Yes.
Can you pull up Sasha real quick? I love it. Naomi, let's do it. Hey, Sasha, how are you?
Hey, doing great. So glad to be here.
So good. Okay, let's get some energy up. Okay, so yeah. Okay, Sasha, so Sasha now is also on our team at Heartcore. We are honored to have her. I love this woman. I have been through the thick and thin with this girl, and I've never stopped believing in her. She's come into our programs, she's left our programs, she's come into our programs, she's left our programs. You know what I mean? And now she's working inside of Heartcore, and she's there, and she's got your guys' back to help coach and train you. Both Jean and Sasha both used to be clients. Now, Sasha, what type of income are you able to create when you have an email list, a text message list, and you understand how to do the I solve model?
Anything you want. I personally got to 7 figures, supported other people in my life to bring their ideas to 6 and 7 figures in lots of different industries. So it really comes down to hunger, as you said. The strategies work. When I first came to you, I was willing to do anything, but what I realized was that I had the hunger, but I didn't have the strategy. So like so many people, I was running east, looking for the sunset, and was never going to find it. So pairing the vision and the hunger with the proven strategies is life-changing.
So tell us, so I think, okay, so that's a great framework. What did you do? Like, what did you focus on first to go from nothing to where you went? Because you've been able to create $500,000 in a couple months and take the rest of the year off, right? So it's like life throws you curveballs. And I think this is really important because you know this, you know me very well. And I'm like, you cannot pull back into your comfort zone. You got to go. So she had a very clear target life for one of the years of her life. There was things that she wanted to process, grieve through, things like that. And so that's a target life. That's like, I know I want this year for myself, right? So some of you guys, it might be dealing with grief. Some of you guys, it might be taking your children, to Italy for a month. Some, like, can we just take a moment and think bigger? Like, if we're going to get hunger, we need to think bigger. And I'm going to tell you, there are mind viruses out there. I call it the devil, right? They're the enemy. Is like, the Bible says he's hunting, right? Like he's in your atmosphere and he's looking for a break in your thoughts, or you to lie about something, right? You can lie about something, he's coming in. Manipulate, he's coming in. Somebody says something that makes you feel bad, that moment that your energy drops, he's coming in, right? And so you got to fight back. And the way that you fight back is to get like a ferocious appetite to go after something that you really, really want, like something that is unreasonable. You hear what I'm saying, my friends? That's the only way you're safe. Like, you are not safe when you have realistic goals. You are not safe when you have realistic goals. That's the middle class. You are not safe. Now, here's the good news. You can make middle class money and get into the upper class by multiplying it. Jean's a great example. She takes her cash, she gets 50% on her cash, and she hard money lends it. And she's having a blast with it, right? A total blast with it. Okay, cryptocurrency is another way that you can multiply, right? Cryptocurrency is another way that you can multiply. Helen Silverman, Tanya Anderson, Ashley Smith, Dave Horvath, and Rachel Resnick from the first hour. You are in the raffle group for the $1,000 running shoes. Okay, that's pretty cool. Helen Silverman, Tanya Anderson, Ashley Smith, Dave Horvath, Rachel Resnick. Don't take yourself out of the game, you guys. You could comment. Get your hunger up. Get your hunger up. Get the $1,000 shoes just because you say you're going to get the $1,000 shoes. Okay, so you got to get your hunger up. So Sasha, what did you do? You know what I mean? Like, what the frick did you do?
Well, I'm just going to assume that you want me to be super honest with you, because I've had a lot of ahas lately. So when I started with you, I was an empowerment coach. I'm obsessed with human emotion. I personally think that shame is a weapon from the devil, that it's not a human emotion. And I know firsthand the epidemic of people who get lost in emotional addiction. And so when I came to you, I knew my thing, but I wasn't strong enough in my leadership to own it. I saw you and I thought, oh my gosh, like Shanda's amazing and she teaches business. And my first coach, she teaches business, and women in business is an act of social change. And yes, and so I went on this 8-year journey, the last 8 years. And I was at your kitchen table at a VIP day that I won on an event like this. So definitely participate, because it changed my life. And you said, okay, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, I really love empowerment and emotions, but I also think business. And at the time, my husband, now ex-husband, he was the entrepreneur. When we met, I wasn't entrepreneurial. And so I joined Hardcore because all of our brick and mortars that previously were creating this beautiful life where I could be with my kids and run my coaching business 4 hours a week, they went down. And so I was in freak out mode. I was like, okay, he lost his confidence and I needed to figure something out. And so I didn't realize it really until hearing Jean's story today, that I kind of borrowed his vision. I borrowed the people's vision from around me. And I'm really coming back home to my truth and knowing that that's enough. And that really my gift, my light side of a supporter, really lends really well to be an entrepreneur inside of Hardcore and to go on my mission in other ways. So all of that to say, flip the coin at your table, went with business, still did the same work. 99% of what I do is around emotional empowerment anyway. All the strategies I've learned from you, and all of them have worked because I have a strong enough why. So if you're here and things haven't worked, just get connected to your hunger. So I built a list, 228 people, and I had zero confidence in my offer. Jean was my coach. It was the year you were on maternity leave, Shanda. And I remember Jean just saying, just remember they're a real human being on the other side of that phone, and just write down on the piece of paper what they want and why they want it and what's stopping them, and then just repeat back their words and figure out how to fulfill on it. So I had a 6-figure launch in 6 weeks from a 228 person email list. And I've gone on to rinse and repeat that. And it's really a me against me game.
I love that, a me against me game. You guys, let me ask you a question. First of all, you guys are witnessing something that's really quite precious. Like, it actually could bring tears to my eyes. Having Jean before you, Sasha, I didn't even kind of put that together, but that I'm like getting emotional. It's absolute. First of all, we are honored that you guys both coach and train here, and you guys know the insides and outs of Hardcore. But like the things, the journey that both of you guys have been on, and the heart that you both have, and the fact that Jean trained you. And I know that years ago you had a thought like, I want to be your Jean. You know what I mean? And I just had that when you were talking, I just had that memory. And I keep talking to my husband about you becoming a lead, you know what I mean? And, we're playing around with some strategies with you training and coaching and selling and all of that. Because you can't lead if you can't sell. Do you guys get that? Like, you cannot lead if you can't sell. If you want to change the word enrollment, selling, whatever, it's all leadership. It is not them, it's you. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that drives me more crazy and I hear it all the time when people teach sales, they're like, oh, this group, like, this person has no money. I had no money. Sasha had no money. Jean did. Jean had money, but Sasha had no money. I had no money. Somebody had to believe in me. I believed in Sasha, right? Jean believed in Sasha. And that's the crew that you want to hang out with. Not the crew that says, you're not worth anything because you can't pay. It's not true that you can't pay, right? You can find the money. Like, when I look at Puerto Rico, do you know that the homes in the area that we're looking in are cash homes? They're 10 million and up. They're cash homes. I don't have 15 million sitting in an account liquid. I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't in this moment, but I've already thought of multiple ways to get the cash, and I'm in the process, right? And we're moving. And just like Sasha, she coached with us at a zone event one year, and remember you wanted to get up into the private program? Mm-hmm. And I can't remember how much money you made coaching with us. Do you remember?
From that one weekend? It's like 20,000 in commission, I think.
She made $20,000 in commission working with us, okay? And we were going to Hawaii on a mastermind. This is how you get out of average thinking. The only reason why I would grab Sasha and bring her on the team and have a vision for her growth is literally because of how she's shown up. It's how I know where her strengths are, and I know where her leadership needs to be coached into, right? And I know that I can make a difference. When you know you can make a difference, then you don't let somebody drown. You hear what I'm saying? So it's like your clients and customers are caught in an ocean riptide. And if you can't walk along the beach and teach them how to swim sideways along the beach until they get to their beach life, which is their target life, if you can't do that, then you're not selling the right thing. You hear what I'm saying? So don't sell stuff that you're regurgitating and training from somebody else that somebody else has taught you. Because the problem with that is your uniqueness is not in it. Every single one of you guys have traumas that you've worked through, challenges that you've worked through. That's your uniqueness. Okay, if you've succeeded, that's what you should be selling. You hear what I'm saying? Like, that's what you should be selling. So when I share this with you, I'm doing exactly, Sasha, what you did at that zone event. Sasha text message, she phoned me and texted me, and she made me an offer. And it was to take that $20,000 in commissions. And I think it was $7,000. She said, if you just want to give me $7,000 and apply it to the program so I can get in the program, she goes, you can keep the difference. And I'm laying on my bed after zone event in the hotel. And no kidding, somebody had given, like that my team had given me, nobody gives us cash. I had $7,000 sitting in an envelope that my team member gave me and said, somebody paid $7,000 in cash. And I had that $7,000. I'm listening to the message of her. And I said to my husband, that crazy chick is on a plane with her whole family going to Hawaii. Do you know what her backup plan was? We'll camp. She didn't have any cash on her. It's like, we'll camp. We will have an experience and we will camp if we have to camp, but I'm going to be at that mastermind. And she had faith enough to get on that plane to Hawaii and hope to God that I would make that deal with her. I'm in the same boat moving to Puerto Rico right now. I'm like, Ash, we're moving. We're going. He's like, all right, we're really doing this. Even last night, midnight, we're really doing this. Yep, we're really doing this. Let's go. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, every day we're reaching out to 5 people every day to see if we can rent or buy their place. You know what I mean? And we're in it. We're like, what are we going to do with our 2 big dogs? I don't know. We're going to figure it out. Can we get them service dog approved? No, we're going to have to take the jet. Okay, the jet prices are up 40% on gas, which means it's an $80,000 trip. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and we got to come with millions of dollars to put down because in Toronto Beach, that's all they do. It's like, this is the game. And then my COO gave me like a really great stretch because I have my whole freaking team reading 10X. Guess what that mofo did? Gave me a 10X stretch. I'm like, okay, now I got to get my mom her teeth done in 5 weeks, get my son to Disneyland with his friends because he got promised it by one of his teachers if he hit a certain goal, which he hit. And I got to rent this place on Airbnb with a manager for $30,000 a month, which is a great deal for the summer over the ocean for the whole month. I mean, we rented Mexico for $47,000 for 10 days, right? And so $30,000 for the month. And then we're going to get on a freaking plane and go, right? How many of you guys are living like that? And I don't say that to brag or boast. But that's what it looks like to get on the other side of the tracks. In our leadership program, one of our big trainers, he says, live your life on the skinny branches. And so many people miss it because they get back into control. I'm going to tell you, you're not going to control your way to any sort of beach life. You can want it for the rest of your life, but you are never going to get the beach life, whatever the beach life like represents for you, right? You're never going to get it. But here's what's absolutely heartbreaking. It's available to everyone. And they lied to you. It doesn't take 10 years of your life. They lied to you. Sasha, how many years did it take you to be able to create cash?
Less than a year.
Yeah, how long did it take you from a list build, after you did a list build, built your email list, your text message list, to convert that to cash?
7 days, probably. The first $8,000 pay in full within 7 days through getting on the phone. Yeah, doing the iSolve.
So good. All right. Any advice that you have for these guys as we start barreling forward? We're going to start going into hooks, you guys. We're going to start going into hooks. We're going to start going to iSolve. We're going to talk about traffic. We're going to start moving fast. Are you guys ready? Is your mind primed to get out of the middle class? Let me know yes or no. Is your mind primed to get out of the middle class? Sasha, what's your final advice for everyone?
Final advice. Well, it's really a thank you, gratitude. You, Jean was the person who enrolled me. You know, if she had been, lazy on that sales call or didn't care about me, I can't imagine where I'd be. This community, the leadership in this community was the first experience I've had of someone not being in judging my hunger, my drive, my desire for like a yes life, to just say yes to everything. So that's one thing, is if you want, to really unleash into the next level where no one's going to judge you or hold you back, or say you're crazy or that's too much and you need to stop, you're in the right place.
You're intense. You should. It's like, yeah, because she doesn't want to be average.
Oh my gosh. The best one lately I've been is you're way too happy, all the time. It's like, yeah, I'm loving my life.
You know that I had the same thing. Somebody told me the exact same thing. It was like in my late 20s, a close friend said to me, you're always so happy. And it's like, or people are like, oh my gosh, I love your energy. Or can you just calm down your energy? I'm like, no, So how many of you guys need to hear that right now? How many of you guys are being asked to quiet down? How many of you guys are being asked to tone it down? How many of you guys are being asked, told that you're a little bit too intense or your dreams are too big? Or who are you to think that way? That's not what we do in our family, right? You should just chill out and don't work so hard because the sacrifice is too much. Guess what? If you listen to that, the sacrifice will be massive later on. And guess what? Some of those people won't even be in your life anymore. Maybe they've passed on, they've gone to God. Right? Like, it's like some of those people won't even be your life anymore. And here's the thing. I'll even say this. The real estate agents in Dorado Beach are telling me one story. And I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. Hear what I'm saying right now? They're telling me everything is a cash buyer. I'm like, no, there's not. What have I done? I've gotten obsessed with talking to the people in Dorado Beach. They're not all cash buyers. My husband has a whole list of exactly how many businesses at what income bracket have come in. Guess who's now chasing us to have a conversation? The agents. I'm going to tell you that some of you guys are listening to what the government's saying. You're listening to what your family's saying. You're taking it all as truth. I can't open this all, but this is a list. You don't have to zone in on it, but this is a list that tells me from 0 to 25 million. Yes, I know it's a big number. There's 5,640 people, 40,000 people in Dorado, in Puerto Rico that are there for Act 60, which is the tax break. There's 25 million to 100, there's 62,000. 100 million to 250, there's 211. Start noticing how these numbers go down. At 250 million to 500 million, there's 572. At 500 million to 1 billion, there's 1,000. My good friends, Sarah Blakely and Jesse, just bought a place in Dorado Beach as well. You got more than 10 billion, there's only 27. Okay, so when you start looking at the data, this might sound like a big data, but you start, see the science, the numbers are always right, but how you interpret these numbers give you the story. How you interpret these numbers give you the story. So when we start coming back, and I got friends that, yes, I know these numbers are big. I have a friend making an offer on a $23 million house, and guess what he's offering? 13 million. That's a big difference from 23 to 13 million. We know the agent will take 16 million. I know these are big numbers, but listen to the gap difference. Listen to the gap difference. One thing I learned in real estate when I really learned wealth, one of the things I really learned was that most people pay too much. And that there's always deals in the atmosphere. There's always people that need it. And the wealthier the people are, the less they are about penny pitching. $6 million discount doesn't mean a lot to someone who has $200 million in the bank. Not if they're ready to leave the island, right? What's your beach life? Thank you, Sasha. What's your beach life? Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you guys would love an opportunity to speak with Sasha? I got 4 coaches right now. How many of you guys would love an opportunity to speak with Sasha or one of the 3 other coaches to be able to role play? I won't be able to role play with you guys on this next few hours, but I'm going to teach you the systems. Okay. So yes, you guys watching social? How many of you guys on social would like to role play? Okay. So, okay. Stop for a second, slow down the chats for a second so that they can do this. If you guys could take a moment on our team. Okay. So this will blow out in seconds. Okay. So get ready, because it'll blow out in seconds, because I only have 4 coaches, and that's honestly all I have available. Okay, so I have 4 coaches. Sasha's one of them. Can you guys drop a link to talk to Sasha and the other 3 coaches? Here's what I'm going to recommend that you do. Grab a spot, show up for that spot. Now, we did this with our clients the other day. You can role play. Okay, so you can role play with them. I'm going to teach you the iSolve. We're going to go into hooks and things like that next, but I'm going to teach you the iSolve, and I want you to go role play. Okay, you guys good with that? Yes? You're welcome. If you don't want to role play and you want to run a plan, you can do that. Just pay attention to what opens up on the next hour and a half and see what fits you best. Good? Yes? Okay, drop the link, please. Okay, great. All right, we see it right there. Okay, so you can see it right there. Okay, so here's what I want to shift with you guys. Okay, so first, Anna Powers, are you here? You don't have to pop her up, but I want her to teach hooks. So you here?
I'm here. Yes, can you hear me?
So give me a couple seconds and then we will go into hooks, okay? Okay, so remember, we are looking at these chats because I need 5 more people that we want engaged. I want to hear what's opening up for you right now. Go in the chat. Tell me what has opened up for you right now. What shifted in you? Go tell me in the chat, because this is a moment that our team could go, oh, this person, Sandra's paying attention, right? This is what's happening right now. So we can pull that person and we can put you on the list as one of the 5 that are going to win my shoes. Okay? My shoes are $1,000 Christian Louboudours. They're good shoes. Let's shift to this. I want to share this with you guys. Here's what an ascension plan looks like that I gave Sasha, I gave Jean. I'm going to recommend that you work through, and we can talk through this as we walk through into the Q&A section in a little bit. At the end, I'll go through money plans and Q&A. Okay. So see this plan? Funny enough, this guy lives in Puerto Rico. So this is the man who taught me real estate. And I'm really thankful that he believed in me. I invested $21,000 to work with him. This was years ago. I was losing my home. I was losing 3 homes. And I went to a real estate seminar. It wasn't Rich Dad Poor Dad. It was Robert Kiyosaki. No, it wasn't Rich Dad Poor Dad. It was Russ Whitney. It was a Russ Whitney real estate training. I went to this training. I learned how to wholesale property. I don't need to get into that, but basically they taught me how to lead gen real estate property and how to broker without a license, how to broker buyers with real estate. And you'd get the broker's fee in between, not like a real estate agent, but you get like a finder's fee in between. This is why it's so funny that people think you can only sell real estate if you have a real estate license. That's just not true. You've got to get out of the average thinking. That is just not true. I did eventually go and get my real estate license. From my real estate license, I sold in every single country you could imagine, the UK. I had buyers in Hong Kong. I sold in Las Vegas, San Diego, New York City, and I did not have a license in all those places. So the average thinking will tell you what the rules are, and you do not have to break the rules from a place of illegal. You can completely color outside the lines in a creative way. So if you got kids, do not tell them to color within the lines. Actually let them be creative, because it's creative thinking that creates the opportunity to have that beach life, that target lifestyle. So funny enough, Alex taught me how to wholesale property, and I invested $21,000 to work with him. I did not have the $21,000. And I had a time limit. So every single one of you guys write this. When you make an offer, put a time limit on it. Like, don't feel sleazy or gross or anything, because if they wouldn't have put a time limit on this, I would have went home and talked myself out of it. And I would have been sitting in my room still figuring out how to pay my mortgage, which I was losing. I was foreclosing on 3 homes when I met Alex. Okay. And so $21,000 was the offer. They did a great job in teaching me how to do this wholesaling deal. And I just saw it. Like, how many of you guys are already seeing your target life? You're like, and you're already seeing where you might be holding yourself back from making a decision to go all in, right? And so I saw that because they did it really effectively. Anyway, long story short, it was $21,000. I called this guy Daniel. Some of you guys have heard this story. It's a very prevalent, it's a very key moment in my life that I decided to go all in. I called Daniel. He put some of it on his credit card, called this other guy who wanted to take me out. And I text messaged him because I was too shy to call him. And I asked him if he was interested in investing $5,000 to get 30% interest. I'd pay him back in a year. And he said, yeah, the banks don't even give that. I didn't even know the banks didn't give that. Wasn't very smart. I was just like I had a hunger, right? I didn't care about paying a 30% interest on the money. Jean, you're getting 50% interest on your money, but I didn't care about paying a 30% interest on my money because I was focused on what I was going to gain. I was going to gain the wisdom of the knowledge of working with this man so that I could become financially free. And that's exactly what happened when I went and worked with him. I made my money back in 2.5 months and I was into a profit. I really believe that was the moment I got my confidence, because it was probably one of the first times I actually followed through with my word. So Alex and I became very good friends. I introduced him to my friend Carla. They had babies together, and he lives in Puerto Rico, and he land develops, but he also created a coaching company to teach other people what he taught me. How many of you guys would love to get a hold of Alex? Alex would have been perfect to have on here right now. Anyway, so here's what I taught Alex, and here's how you have to look at it. At the bottom of an ascension plan is what you're going to work on in the next year. You start with your traffic, always. Everybody write a triangle on a piece of paper. You start with your traffic on the bottom, no matter what. Now, this will indicate your priorities. So, Jamie, maybe you're like, I want to go work a podcast. The problem with working a podcast is it's on social media. I'm considering that social media, so you're renting it. And so it's not in an email or text message list. If you can find a way to get a lot of people off podcasting into an email list, awesome. I've never seen it done by many people really well. I've seen it done by the massive pros that have been at it for many years, but I haven't seen it done from the average person that's just starting a podcast. Do you see what I'm saying? I've seen lots of downloads, I've seen lots of that, but the problem with downloads is, everybody write this down. When you talk to someone who doesn't buy from you, you need 15 to 17 touch points of talking to them when you talk to someone. So say, Jamie, you and I talk on a phone call, or say I make an offer right now, right? When I make the offer, if you don't buy, if I don't reach back out to you, or I don't remake the offer multiple times, even on this live, right? If I don't do that, then what happened, 15 to 17 times, somewhere in the 15 to 17 times, Jamie will get over her control issues and her fear issues, right? Jamie, you're not sitting on this live because I can't help you, right? You got other things you could be doing. So the truth is that I probably can help you, and you know it, but you might not be able to let go of control on the first offer. So the problem with the podcast, if you don't have them in the email or text message list, is you can't control how to contact them again. And that's where the biggest breakdown is when it comes to social. Sure, you can do direct inbox messages on Instagram, on Facebook, things like that. Absolutely you can. Can you put links on YouTube and things like that for people to click? Absolutely you can. But when you look at how long it takes for you to grow a targeted list, you're gonna find that even on social media, when people register for something, how many times have you registered for something on social media and you forgot you even registered for it? I have a million times, because I wasn't that serious, because it was social media does such a good job at hooking us and making us addicted that we just kind of click on things all the time. It doesn't mean we're a serious buyer. Okay. So we teach people how to do online interview shows. I'm going to talk about that. I would just run a framework. You guys can steal it from me, go use it. We teach it in our List Power program, but I'll give you the framework of it. Okay, I promise. So, and I'll do it in 10 minutes. And so you've got it. So if you already know this strategy from us, it'll just continue to help. Repetition is always good. But if you don't know this, it will open up a world of heaven on your life. Okay, so first we taught him how to do the email and text message list. 7,000 people is what he built off of 2 interview series. Okay, it was 2 interview series. People always ask me, how long does it take? So you can do it in 45 days, or you can do it in 90 days. Okay, so you can do it 45 days, you can do it in 90 days. The next thing that he did was he focused on getting 2 private clients. Why? Or 12, sorry, not 2, 12 private clients. Why? Because when you work with private clients, whenever you give your private time, so if you're in network marketing, what you would focus on is your highest distribution package. Do you see what I'm saying? If you're selling clothing or something like that, then you would look at a really good joint venture partner that you would enroll and sell, that you can get to more traffic. If you're a coach, give advice for a living, consulting, anything like that, 12 private clients. Those 12 private clients gave him $155,000, basically $156,000. That's what he focused on next. So he doesn't focus on multiple things at the same time. He only focuses on those 12 clients. He doesn't move on to selling anything else. Even if they're not a good buyer for those 12 clients, he just lets them go. But if he knows they're a good buyer, I got a test for you. My team, watch who gets this right. Pick somebody for this hour, okay? So out of those 12 private clients, right? Out of those 12 private clients, when you look, he's built a list of 7,000. He focused on the 12 private clients. If you ask yourself, why did he focus on the 12 private clients first? Go in the chat and let us know. Why do you think he focused on the 12? Cash flow. That's right, cash flow. So cash solves a lot of things. It also tells you, it informs you on what your leverage product would be. So for him, being a real estate investor, he taught people how to real estate invest. He focused on 12. Then after that, he moved to a leverage program, which he put a group of clients in, made $179,000. Then he had a one-day intensive. So he taught real estate in one day. He did 3 of those in a year. He did that just for a skill building. So you should be writing this down on your triangle. Email, text message list on the bottom, then something that gives you the highest cash flow, and then something that leverages your time. Gene came in and led the group coaching programs. And then to bring up his skill building, he did 3 one-day intensives. In those one-day intensives, he made an offer to either go into his group program or his private program. So whenever you influence, it gives an opportunity. Like, how many of you guys, if I made you an offer right now to work with me, you would take it? Put yes or no in the chat. Be honest. If I made you an offer right now, you'd take it. Yes or no, go in the chat. Okay, so why do you think that is? Look at how many yeses there are. Why do you think that is? Because I've spent time with you. You already know in your gut. Some of you guys are like, please make an offer. And some of you guys are like, I'm going to be mad at her if she makes an offer. Be careful of that. Okay. And some of you guys are like, it's like, I know that she could help me. Well, it's the same for you. It's exactly the same for you. If you can give more and put something on your calendar, like he put these things on his calendar, then what it does is it holds you accountable to be available for people. Some of you guys just aren't available enough for people. And so they can't even buy from you because they don't have enough time even listening to you. So then the last thing he did, which is also a skill builder and cash injection. So write a note on your calendar, cash injection. In this order is how you focus on it. So he sold 4 VIP days. That should have said 4 VIP days for 2,100. We have a comma in the wrong spot. He made $84,000. So Alex did $419,000 in his first year in working with us. So that's not an income claim. I'm not going to say that you will do that, but here's what he had working for him. So some of you guys are like Alex and you already know your thing, right? You already know it. You know how to do it. If I could just put customers and clients in front of you, or you could put customers and clients in front of you and help you enroll better, you could have numbers like this. Again, not an income claim, but that's where his leadership was. He already knew what he was doing. He's been doing it for years. Okay. And he's already great at sales. So all we had to do was figure out what the product was, which means we built a list and then we started selling private. That's how we figured out what the product really was. Okay. We didn't figure out the product first. We built the list first, then we sold private with a private customer client. It's concierge. What is it that you want to learn from me? Because we have private time together. He probably coached 2 one-hour coaching sessions a month. And that would be the private package. And that's it. They told him what they wanted. And because he could walk along the ocean, remember we talked about the ocean, the rip tides. If he can walk along the ocean and coach somebody into shore, so that they could be safe and get on the beach, he can do that in all real estate transactions. He's very good at that. Got it? So you got to pick something you're good at. So now let's put you in here. Okay, put your name in here. And I want you to just make decisions fast. So it's all about processing. So I want you to make decisions fast. How many people do you want on your email text message list? Put it in the chat right now. How many people do you want on your email text message list? Put it in your chat right now. Okay, 5,000, 12,000, 15,000, 5,000, 5,000, 10,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Gosh, lots of 5,000 people. 10,000, 100,000. Okay, great. So now put that on the bottom of your triangle. Okay, like let's make a commitment. Next thing is what would you put for your private? So here's an example. I'm just using coaching and consulting because everybody can give advice on anything. If you've raised children, you could build a list of moms struggling to raise their children, and you don't need a degree. You could literally just teach them how to communicate with their kids and raise good kids, right? Like you just need to, like there is no excuse for anybody on this planet to not have money. It's absolutely irresponsible. There's just no excuse. I don't care if you work for minimum wage. You should be doing this strategy. Like, I don't know why this world has bought the program or drank the Kool-Aid that your employer, that you're entitled to anything from your employer. Do you hear what I'm saying? Like, your employer is not responsible if you've got a job to pay for your retirement. You are responsible for learning how to multiply your money or create a side hustle of money so that you have more money, right? Or you're an entrepreneur and you're responsible for employing people. But in my opinion, you should also be telling them to make more money than you can pay them. Okay, so here's a great example. 12 clients, a $400 deposit, maybe you charge $700 a month. That's an $8,800 client. If you get 12 of those, give yourself 3 months after the list build, write these notes, give yourself 3 months after the list build. I just gave this coaching on Instagram to someone. So I would give a build. So you've got an opportunity on a build. I'm going to teach this after we teach hooks, but you can stack, which I'm going to teach you about, which is list build, and a paid product. This will make you more money when I teach you this than anything else I could ever teach you. However, if some of you guys are not in a hurry to make a lot of money, or you've got real trauma you're working through, or you're having a hard moment, like you either just had kids or just got married or somebody just passed away and you're just not emotionally available all the way, I got something for you too. Take that ascension plan, those 12 private clients, and you can do a build strategy. And a build strategy is give yourself 90 days to sell. It's a great low pressure strategy. For some of you guys who can't do pressure very well, I'll move out of the way. 90 days to sell. 2 months, sell to customers or clients. Start the program, product or service. And you got to change these words if you're selling like shoes or something, you know what I mean? So have the start program be at the end of the second month, okay? End of the second month. And then keep selling on the third month because these people can catch up. This is what I used to teach for years before COVID hit, because you can do 2 waves of this, which means you sell for 6 months out of the year and you can make incredible money. And it gives you 6 months out of the year that you're not selling. So you got to do a list build and then you got to sell for 90 days. A list build, sell for 90 days. So that'd be like 2 list builds in a year. Stacking your list building every single month, I'm telling you, millionaires getting created right here. Millionaires getting created fast right here. So some of you guys who want to make money fast, you need to get on the stacking plan. I'm going to talk about that. Okay. So then you got your group. Focus on 20 group products or programs, a $400 deposit, $500 a month. That's a $6,400 product, $179,000 in the year. 1 day intensives. You guys, I'm going to tell you, more people don't make money because they don't focus like this. A 1 day intensive, right? Do 3 of them for a skill builder. And do 3 VIP days for $1,700. Now, I know some of you guys could do VIP days for $5,000, $7,000, $30,000, $20,000 because you know what you're doing. But I'm just using a basic model. This would be a plan I would give to a startup. This is a plan that I'd give to a startup. Now, here's the deal. That's $238,000. Okay, so I can't income claim you, but you've got 32 sales in an entire year, realistically, maybe 35 sales if you add in the VIP days. Everybody can do a VIP day, even if you're a network marketer. I have a network marketer right now that I'm suggesting that she sells VIP days. She's in the process of doing it right this second. It's a VIP day with her for $10,000 and she'll get it all day long. Okay, she'll get it all day long. And teaching people how to create multiple streams of income. The way she thinks to be able to make as much money as she makes in network marketing, she can teach how she thinks. I get $10,000 for a VIP day. Okay, so I have her on this model. Now she makes millions of dollars at this point. But my point is if that's an entry-level plan, what is the plan you've been working? Let's have an aha moment right now. What is the plan you've been working? That is an entry-level plan for me. And so I will never forget looking at all these people, and this was in my coaching years while I was coaching people, and I was holding people way too small. It's just as easy for you to make $200,000 a year as it is for you to make $30,000 a year. The only difference is what we focus on. That's it. I got to get you focusing on things that don't make you money. I got to get you off focusing, I got to get you off focusing on things that don't make you money. So who's excited about that? So here's the thing. Here's what I know for sure. No matter what, to do plans like this, you're going to need help. Yes or no? Are you going to need help? Yes, you're absolutely going to need help. I need help to think bigger. I have my whole team not only playing 10X strategies right now, and they're holding me accountable to it, but I also pay $100,000 a year to be in a mastermind, right? I also pay $100,000 a year to be in a mastermind. And I pick goals that are much bigger than entry level, because if I'm going to spend a year, if you're going to spend a year focusing on creating income, I'm going to tell you the middle class is being squeezed out. Who knows that? If you look at how dare you, and I don't mean this as shade, because that's I think that's a wasted emotion, but how dare any of us live in the bodies that we don't want? How dare any of us think that the gas prices have gone so high that we can't drive our car? How dare us waste this life? How dare us waste this life? Not having what we want in our target lifestyle, when I'm sitting here telling you it can happen in 2 or 3 years. Some of you guys, this entry-level plan is your big audacious goal until you get there. Until you get there and you realize, you know what, your goals grow and there's not enough again. So can you get comfortable with not enough? Can you get comfortable with the fact that you're wired to think this way because you have a bigger purpose, a bigger plan to get somewhere? And there's people that are riding on your coattails that are trying to get on because part of their legacy and purpose is actually being around someone like you. And every time you don't get around the crew, Tony Robbins calls it proximity. The only reason why I can go to Puerto Rico and I can literally buy a $2 million home, which again, I know sounds crazy to some of you guys, but it won't when you get there. I mean, what if you could just get there in the next year and a half from startup, right? Oh, I've never done something like that. I don't care. You haven't been coached strong enough yet. You've set realistic goals, or you haven't set them because you know you won't complete them. None of that matters to your future. None of that matters to your future. So I could go live in Puerto Rico and buy a $2 million home and live around a bunch of people who do well, but are complacent. I'm going to tell you they are, I know. And then there's other people in that area that are not complacent, but they've already cashed out. Meaning that they've already had their big exits and they've already cashed out. They're not the same ambition level. Or I can go to Dorado Beach and I can buy that $2 million home for $10 million. Why would I do that? Proximity. Proximity of the people. Why would I do that? Because I'm going to pay a premier price to be around people who are making it. Because it just takes one conversation like this that changes everything. So I'm going to tell you, doing these type of plans, getting out of middle class, getting out of average. Some of you guys are out, which is fantastic. You need to stand shoulder to shoulder with me to help more people get out. But here's the deal. I'm getting way out. I'm getting way out. I'm so far past the middle class at this point, but I still want to get way out. And no, I am not motivated by money. I am motivated by my big audacious goal with my husband. I am motivated by creating crypto accounts, which we already created last year for our team, but we're giving 10% to the Lord, and a portion of that 10% is going to our team at Hardcore into cryptocurrency accounts. You hear what I'm saying? So I'm motivated by that. I retired my life in 5 years. I did a 5-year plan and retired my life. I'm good in my house. I'm good with our retirement. I'm not saying that to brag or boast. I promise you I'm not. I mean, most of my friends don't even know the income that we do. They don't know how many thousands of people come to our live event, zone event. They don't know those things. I'm only sharing that with you because it's our responsibility. It's yours and mine. Tell me if you can hear me right now. It's yours and my responsibility to stir it up, to get a big enough hunger for a target that motivates me. And what motivates me now is helping the Hardcore team. Yes, I'm motivated to help you but I've been used to helping you for a while. I need a bigger reason to show up. Who needs a bigger reason to show up? Put big in the chat. Who needs a bigger reason to show up? Put big in the chat. Yeah, so do I, which means I got to stretch and I got to get help and I got to get in proximity. So here's what I'm going to do. So we have an opportunity for us to be that help for you. And we do it in something called the club. And would you guys mind if I just take like 3 minutes and share this with you? And then we'll move on to Anna to talk about hooks. Are you good with that? Yes, please. Okay, good. Okay, so because I know you're going to have help, just like I would coach you, never do anything that you don't make an opportunity for people to jump on and work with you. Never do that. Because when you do stuff like that, there's always people that want to work with you. And if you don't make an opportunity for them to work with you, then they're not going to come hunt you down. Do you know what it takes for someone to come find you and have the courage to come find you? A lot. I know. I was the girl that would watch a speaker speak and I would never go up to them. You know why? I wouldn't want to bother them. Who else feels me on that? Like I would just not even ask a question because I wouldn't want to bother them because they're busy or they get asked all these questions. Not here. Bother me. Let's go. You get to make offers and you get to make them because there's people who want to work with you. So I know that you've been on here for a while and I know that some of you guys want to go deeper. So let's talk about the club for a second. So the club is a training program that we developed at the beginning of COVID. And we developed it because we turned our sales team around in 5 days. And every time my sales team has challenges, guess who I bring in? That really good looking man right there. He happens to be my husband. And I have my husband building 2 sales teams right now. And he's the best in the world. I listened to all Grant Cardone's stuff and I walked to Ash and I said, you guys sound exactly alike, except for honey. Grant, I don't mean this in an insulting way, but I said, this was the truth. I said, honey, you just have a really big heart, but your coaching sounds very much the same. It's just easier to hear. It's easier to digest, but you never let people off the hook. And you really become that angel on people's shoulders so that they figure out the pathway through leadership and sales so that they can connect more cash to their bank account. Who wants that? So the club is where we take what we're training our sales team and we train you in real time. Why is that important? Okay, so the way we sold 3 months ago is different than the way we're selling now. And when COVID hit, which I know is years ago now, sounds crazy, but it was years ago now. When COVID hit, we had to completely stop selling money freedom because that's not what people wanted. So you need to know the temperature of what's going on the internet, in the world, globally, internationally. We know it's coming up. I know you guys know it's coming up, but do you know how to message yourself? Do you know how to do the right hooks, which Anna's going to come on in a couple of minutes and talk about? You need to know how to land your communication. You need to know how to adjust your products and programs. We even did a price reduction since last July. We got rid of one of our programs and we actually added more. We up-leveled the program. We went from Pace Club to Mentor Me Live, and we did a price reduction because of what's happening in the world, not right now in COVID. COVID is nothing compared to what's coming down the pipeline. Absolutely nothing. And so we did a price reduction so we could help more people and get more momentum. So now I wouldn't advise that to everyone because many of you guys aren't charging what you're worth and aren't charging what you should be charging right now. Like you might need a strategy to create a bunch of cash in the bank over the next 6-7 months and then shift to a price reduction strategy. That type of coaching is not coached or trained in any sort of sales training that I've seen out there. I've seen people train, here's your product, here's the methodology on how to sell, and just do that for years. And then you go out of business. I just talked to a friend, $45 million company going out of business. Figured out sales and marketing, didn't they? Didn't figure out how to pivot with market. So here's what we got in the club. So the best benefits that I can give to you is you tap into an A team, which is my team, to save yourself some money and time, because every time you have to struggle through it, that's just money out of your pocket. We'll up-level yourself professionally. So I don't want you to think sales is like a bad word. I actually want you to take pride in being good at it, right? Like I actually want you to just be like, okay, I'm a pro at this. And you want to become a pro because even if you don't stay in the sales department, in order to train, lead, present, even hiring people and leading my company is all a sales game. It's all a sales game. I want you to become a closer. So how many of you guys have ever spoken before and people are like, oh my God, you changed my life. But then they didn't buy. How many guys have had that before? You or me, right? It's like, yeah. So that's because you're lacking closing skills. So great example. My husband just took one of our salespeople. He taught her how to sell in 2 weeks. This is a girl totally green, didn't know the product, and is not a great salesperson. In 2 weeks, Ash turned her around, right? He turned her around. She's on our team, turned her around, taught her in 2 weeks. This is the same stuff we teach you. And she enrolled 23 people for $1,200 a month in 1 month. 23 people. Just do the math, you guys. 23 people, $1,200 a month. She did it on her first month with us. Okay, then she hit like a dry spell. Have any of you guys ever hit a dry spell where it's like things were good, money was good, and then it kind of dumps? She hit a dry spell. Guess why? Because she stopped asking. She never even started asking for the credit card. The first 23 sales that she did, she wasn't even asking for the credit card. But she was her energy was so connected with what Ash was teaching her that she got massive momentum because she was so excited. Then what happened is that started to become normal. So she started to drop into average thinking, which is middle class thinking. And Ash caught it and realized she wasn't asking for the credit card. So he taught her a strategy to ask for the credit card. She said verbatim to him, I don't feel comfortable doing that. And it was very simple. It was, so what credit card would you like to put this on? She's like, I feel so uncomfortable just saying that. Because he said, then don't say another word, just be quiet. Just like, let the crickets be. Do you know, she talked to 5 more people after that. She agreed to do it. 4 bought. Broker dry spell in 2 days. Talked to 5 people, 4 bought. I guarantee you want those type of results. Now, I can't guarantee them because I don't know how controlling you're going to be, or how resistant you're going to be, or how quick you're going to process the decision of jumping into the club. I don't know those things about you, but you do. And can you be open and willing and let Ash make you your own success story so that you can go off and build more sales teams underneath you? That would be a smart strategy to put on your ascension plan. Okay, so become a closer, increase your income. These are all common things when it comes to sales. Copy what I'm doing inside of Hardcore Business Sales Teams. There is no program out there that's teaching sales where they're pivoting with you. So I can give you my iSolve model, which I'll run over, right? I'll run over it, but the problem is you can't lead it. Why do I know that? Because we need to role play. Some of you guys grabbed the coaching session with Sasha or some of the other coaches. You can role play. Awesome. Do you know how many times we role play with our team? Every week. We're always role playing. Jean said the 2 things that helped her the most become a great closer: recording her calls and re-listening to them and see where her energy dropped. How many of you guys are pro like that? That's a hardcore strategy. Second thing is she role played like crazy. The more you can role play, the quicker you can get to the other side. So copy what we're doing inside of Hardcore Business and our sales team. Pivot in real time with no outdated material. Okay, so I'm going to tell you the old styles of training sales suck. I just listened to one. I love Zig Ziglar, love him. I listened to his sales training and I was like, yeah, like some of this stuff just wouldn't work in today's world. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't work. It's too tactical. We are in a relationship-driven world. That's why social media is what it is. People want real, they want reality, they want to see my son run up here and jump on me. They want to see, you know what I mean? They want to see me fumble over my words. They want to see imperfections. That is what social media has changed in our world, right? So you got to change the way that you're actually selling. And you got to do it based on what's happening in the world as well. And I want you to sleep sound at night. How many of you guys just that alone, it'd be worth it? So you can go to hardcoreclub.com. Now let me explain what's involved in this, okay? So you cannot learn how to sell from an info product, in my opinion, because you do need to know how to role play. Okay, this is just my opinion. The reason why we don't just talk to our sales team once a week is because they wouldn't get the results. So we talk in the club, we talk to you 6 times a month, like no shit, sorry to swear, but like 6 times a month. You go find me a program that talks to you 6 times a month, a group program or a private program or any program on this planet that talks to you 6 times a month. That would be like at least a $5,000 a month program. Do you agree? If you can talk to me 6 times a month, right? Like coaching programs, typically you talk to them once or twice a month. and you're paying $1,500, $1,400, $1,700 to do that. Am I right? Yeah, totally right. Those are not outrageous pricing. We talk to you 6 times a month, every Wednesday and Thursday for 1 hour for the first 3 weeks of the month. Every Wednesday and Thursday for 1 hour for the first 3 weeks of the month. The last week of the month is a flex week. We want you to go work on your life. I take the last week of the month off. So I'm off. Okay. I'm in my life, loving my son, loving my life. And I don't do that just for a luxury. I do that because it allows me to think about the problems I'm solving. Many of you guys are too much in the weeds. We got to get you out of the weeds so that you can breathe. It's amazing what you'll come up with when you're inspired, when you're out for a run or you're living your life. Okay. It's amazing how much guilt melts off of you when you actually have space in your life to spend time with people that you care about. So here's what we cover. We give you personal sales scripts. We role play with you. We teach you how to hold your authority and lead. That's what Jean was talking about, how she listens to her recordings and she sees, where do I drop my energy? That's when you dropped your authority, but you're committed to something when that happens. You're probably committed to being liked by them, or you're committed to being right, or you're committed to not facing rejection, whatever that is. There's a deep rooted thing with that. We want to unleash that because you need to hold your authority. 4, we help you pivot your message to overcome objections. Is this good, you guys? Number 5, we teach you how to create bonus offers. Bonus offers are really important, and we have a very hardcore method way of doing it. It's connected to massive generosity. It's connected to putting your ear to the ground. Many of you guys have a listening problem. You have a listening problem. I know I have a leadership program. I can give you directions, and you will still not hear the directions, right? Here's how to get to the local gas station. Wouldn't you say turn left at the 7-Eleven? No, I said turn right at the 7-Eleven. Many of you guys have a listening problem, and that's why you're not able to match your products and services, and you feel so defeated when you go to sell and money's not enough. We want to get you into overflow, which means I have to enhance your listening skills. Bonus offers are connected to listening skills. Okay, so I have somebody literally on right now listening to what I say, and based on me looking at your chat, I could throw in a bonus. And the reason why they're listening is because I'm listening to you. While I'm talking right now, I'm looking at the chat, right? While I'm talking, I'm looking at the chat. And as I look at the chat, I'm actually thinking about you because I'm so not attached. I teach this all the time. Do not get attached to people buying from you. Are you guys learning from me right now? Even while I'm making this offer, are you learning how natural this can be? This does not have to be perfect. I don't have to be like jumping around, being all crazy. Like I could just talk to you, right? But you need to be able to put in bonuses that work. We'll show you how to appropriately price your offers. That is critically important right now. It's going to change over the next 6 months. Okay, increase your closing ratio, urgency offers, building immediate rapport with buyers, pivoting. I'm going to teach you some of that on this training, but pivoting with whatever is coming up in upcoming months ahead. I'm giving you guys some hints on that. So what is the club like investment? What does it put you back? Okay, so we meet 3 Wednesdays of the month, we meet 3 Thursdays of the month, and Ash, my husband, will train you as long as you want. So I could have sold this in just like an intensive for $5,000. I could have sold this in private coaching, but then I couldn't help enough people. And so here's what we did. We were like, to coach you 6 times a month, we'd realistically on a fair wage, set the program at $1,400 a month. That's not what we did because Hardcore is notorious for undercutting the market. So what we did is we did $300 a month. So if you want to jump into the club right now, you can do $300 a month. There is no contracts. If you get into it and you're like, this sucks, I don't like it, which you won't. We've had people pop thousands and thousands of dollars inside of a couple weeks inside the club. That's not an income claim, right? As not an income claim, but I'm telling you, depending on your willingness to take the coaching, it can really change your life. I know that without a doubt because I have my husband change the lives of my own sales teams. My husband is my security blanket. What he knows in sales, if you can learn that in sales, which you can, 100%, it's just leadership, knowing how to listen, knowing where to go next, knowing when somebody has an objection, like if you can help them, where do you go with them to be able to lead them to have what they want in their life? Your customer or client wants a target lifestyle. Do you know how to pull that out of them so that when you have a sales conversation, you can really stand as an angelic figure in their life to create that result? When you can do that, you start to realize that there is so much urgency in you getting good at sales because of the fact that your client is being pulled out to sea. Do you hear what I'm saying? Yes or no? How many of you guys get that? So this is the basic program in the club. You get everything that we shared with you. You get sales scripts. You get six times a month coaching, no contracts. You can stay as long as you want for $300 a month. In fact, if you want to put a salesperson in there instead of you, you're totally welcome to do that. Many of my high-end clients have put their sales teams in the club to learn from us how to sell. Okay, so now I know that many of you guys also, let me ask you a question. How many of you guys, if you could speak with some of our coaches for a couple months, would make a big difference for you? You'd feel safer. Yes or no? Go in the chat. Okay, so this is what I mean by making offers that are empathetic. Okay, it's really important. There's some people, this is the perfect package for them. They're good to go. And we have hundreds of people in this program that take that package. Now, if you want accelerated results, so if you don't want accelerated results, go for the basic package. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's exactly what we're training our sales team in. But some of you guys are not on the, you don't got time. You're like, I want accelerated results. I want them now. That's me, Shanda. That's me. I'm an A-type personality. I want to go all in and I want to get my results faster. So we created an accelerated package. So here's the accelerated package. You get the club, right? So you get the club. With the club, you also get my list power intensive. So next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Am I right? Next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to train you for 3 days on how to build buyers. So if you live in another country, go in the chat right now and tell us the country you live in. If you live in another country and the time zone is crazy, go in the chat and let us know. But here's what I would like to share with you. Say you live in Germany. We have a lot of people in Germany, in Africa, in the UK, in New Zealand. I have a beautiful woman that is in a different time zone doing the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday list power intensive next week. And she messaged me on Instagram and said, she's a teacher. And she's like, because of COVID, we were out for 4 months without work. I cannot get off work, but I can get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and I can do the first half of the training. Is there any way I can get some help on the back end? That's a woman that's got hunger. So I set up an opportunity because we don't give out replays of list power intensive, right? We don't give out replays, but we do have a home study program you can have. The problem with the home study program is I cannot trust you that you will actually finish it. In the intensive, you can do the intensive 3-4 times in a row. In fact, let's throw that bonus in. If they want to do the intensive up to 3 times, they can do the intensive up to 3 times. Like you can rinse and repeat it. And you can do it up to 3 times this year and get a refresher where I'm coaching it, training it to help you. Okay, so there's a great example. I just heard, you know what, that will create a nice insurance plan for some people. But my point is that we'll coach you, I'll coach you. I'm your trainer for 3 days. I'm a very good trainer at this for 3 days, and I pop some extraordinary results in people. I will show you how to find buyers. We'll do every single step together. I'll also give you the home study program. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If you live in a different time zone, I'm going to recommend you pretend like you got on a plane and you flew to California with me. And yes, you'll be jet lagged, but it's okay because you would be jet lagged sitting in a room after paying for an airfare, paying for a hotel, and you don't have to pay for any of that. You just have to manage your mind about maybe you need to be up at a different time zone than you normally would be in. Is that fair, you guys? And so, but whatever you do, make sure that you learn how to build the buyer. So if you want the accelerated package, you get all the club, but you also get List Power Intensive with me, the home study program. I'm going to teach it live next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Awesome timing on that. Plus, we'll give you one-on-one coaching for 2 months. Okay, so plus we'll set you up where you can sit with a coach. I'm going to recommend we do List Power Intensive next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and that you sit with a private coach one-on-one, maybe a week or 2 later, so it can catch you on taking action. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? So it's like, do List Power Intensive. We're going to walk through every single step in finding buyers. You have the club, so you're good to go. But if you don't have enough people to talk to, the club isn't going to do you any good. Right? We gotta have you working. We gotta have you being able to access people to talk to. So get 2 months of one-on-one coaching, plus I'll give you full access to the club for 4 months. Okay? Hear what I'm saying, my friends? Yes? Yes? So if the accelerated package is what you're looking for, here's what we're gonna do. So the total investment would be $4,697 for the club and for private coaching and list power and the home study program. Instead of doing that, I'm going to do the entire thing for $797 flat, no additional payments. No $300 a month, no any of that, just $797 a month. So here's what your options are right now. You can look at, and I'm going to help you think through this because we're not interested in being an average thinking. So if $797 a month, if $797 all in, not a month, but $797 is too much for you, then don't do it. Just do the club. Ash will show you how to find people and think of it as seed capital. He'll show you how to find people. He's going to do that right away because he's familiar with this group of people is going to come in. And for the next 6 calls, he's going to start talking to you about how to find people and how to enroll. Okay, got it? Yes. So he's got you, even if you do the basic package. The basic package is $300 a month, no contracts. You get the club, right? You get the club, which is Ash teaching you how to sell 6 times a month. Got it? Yes. So here's what I'm going to do as well, because I'm feeling it. I'm going to add list power intensive to this. So I'm actually going to add for $300 a month. You can have the club for as long as you want. And you can have list power intensive, which I'll teach you because you're screwed without the leads. So I feel like that's just a safer offer for us to do. Okay. Now, that is not the home study program with that. Okay. So if you want the accelerated program, I'm going to give you a coach for 2 months. I'm going to give you the club for 4 months. After 4 months, you could move to the $300 a month. Okay. You know what? Let's give them 6 months. Let's give them 6 months. See what I mean? Be empathetic. Like, hand on a Bible. No, this is not pre-planned. I'm notorious for making offers one time, and that's it. Okay, so I will give you for $797, no additional payments. Just get it out of the way. I'll give you 6 months in the club. I'll give you the home study program. Now that is powerful after you've done list power intensive. That is power after you've done list power. That is powerful after you do list power intensive, because you can go back and go deep on studying certain modules, right? You can go deep on, so it creates a safety plan for you. Plus the list power intensive, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you can do it 3 times with this package, $797, plus 2 months of one-on-one coaching. So this is the accelerated program. If you're in a situation, can you just show oh, it's up there. This is the accelerated program. So you can either do the accelerated program or you can do the basic program. Pick the one that best suits you, and don't let yourself feel pressure around this. They're both extraordinary opportunities. Just think to yourself, what do you need for the target life that you want? That's all you need to think. What do you need for the target life that you want? I'm going to tell you, you got leads and you got sales down, you're good to go. So where do you go? Go to heartcoreclub.com, heartcoreclub.com. They will shut down this URL. And here, I'm like in it. I'm in it today. So here's what I'm going to do. Even whether you take the accelerated package or the basic, I don't want to penalize you for either. Just if you want accelerated results, grab the accelerated package. You got lots of security in there. If you just need to get into the club, and Ash will show you still how to find some people, it's just not as in depth as the accelerated package, then here's what I'll do. You can do either package, and you can bring a friend, a spouse, a business partner, or a best friend. They're going to have to figure out how to get that registered, but you can bring a friend, a business partner, a spouse, or a best friend. Okay, do you hear what I'm saying? So in fact, it's like, I don't care if you split the package with them. You'd have to pay them full now, $797 or $300 a month. Go to heartcoreclub.com. Go to heartcoreclub.com. I'll make that available for the next 15 minutes. So I'll give you the bring a friend opportunity in the next 15 minutes if you make a decision now. Now here's what we're going to do. Go to heartcoreclub.com. I see you guys. Let's go. Awesome. I love it. Okay. So is a sister included in that? Yes, Andrea, a sister is included in that. You can bring a sister with you. Okay. So here's what the List Power program includes. It includes, can you move that counter down? You can put the counter on. count down the 15 minutes, but perfect. So module number 1 in List Power is going to teach you how to do a theme and a title, which is basically how do you hook, which Anna Powers is going to talk about in 2 seconds here. How do you hook people in actually giving you their name, phone number, and email? So we're going to do an interview series where I'm going to show you how to get key influencers to mail for you and how to build a very big list in anywhere between 45 days and 90 days. I'll tell you what one to choose based on your leadership and based on where you are in your life. But think about this, is it after Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if you count 45 days starting on Monday, we can be in a situation where you've got a list. Okay, so it puts you in the money at that point. So module number 1, I'm gonna, how do you hook? Number 2 is deciding on domain and creating headers, banners. You don't have to understand all of this, but you know, like I said to my son going to school this morning, he was dressed and he didn't have his hair done. You may or may not agree with this, but I said to my son already is a little businessman at 7 years old. I'm not kidding you. I was doing a training for my clients yesterday. He came and ran in and said, Mom, I have $236, right? And he's going to go multiply that money. So he's going to school today and he didn't do his hair. And I said to him, don't ever care what anybody thinks about you. But my question is that I know that you're this little business dude. He brings his toys to school and trades them. He's been doing that since he was 3. Never taught him how to do that. He's just always been doing that. We taught him value. He trades more expensive toys for less expensive toys. It's about value. It's about value. What does he value? Can you set the 15-minute timer? Because I've started it. So it's about value, right? And so he's going to school without his hair done today. And I said, Zach, like, your hair is your brand. Now, I'm not going to go too far into the weeds on this, but Zach, like, he's been doing these mohawks recently, and he's doing them because he cares about like the brand that he does. So I was teaching him that you need to understand your domain, your banner, your header. What is it that you're showing out online? If I go to your website right now, do you have one? It's okay if you don't, because they don't make money. But what do your opt-in pages look like? What do your social media pages look like? Do you even have them? We need to teach you how to brand yourself properly so that people show up and they think that you're a rock star. Now, here's the deal. I'll tell you something. We hired a special photographer to come into one of our masterminds. Do you know that many of our clients increased their revenue by 500% and more just from getting professional pictures done? It matters. Whether you like me saying that or not, it matters. What people perceive about you matters. So module number 3, we're going to teach you how to reach out to experts and get them to actually mail for you. Great example. I ended up doing a whole program with Jesse Itzler, who is Sarah Blakely's husband from Spanx. We did a whole how do you get people like that to work with you? I'm going to teach you how to do that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Module number 4 teaches you how do you hire a virtual assistant and how do you learn how to interview people. You can be an introvert or an extrovert, and still there's specific ways to interview based on an introvert or extrovert. Module number 5 is creating an opt-in page. Remember I said websites don't make money, but opt-in pages do. Once I teach you how to do that, there's a 2-minute video. There's a very specific way of hooking so that you have less copy on the page, but higher opt-in. Okay, module number 6, promo material. I can go through all of this. I'm going to teach you so much stuff on how to make money. I can't even tell you. So here's a great example. Anybody know my friend Pete Vargas? Yes or no? So I told Pete Vargas for years to go do an interview series and build a big list, because if anything ever happens, which COVID happened, and he found himself in a position where Pete did not have a list, and he built his whole career over speaking. He made a couple $1 million a year, did this strategy. Right after this, did $10 million. It put him on the map. Now he works with, I mean, everybody under the sun, right? And so it was one summit that actually put him in the driver's seat of everybody knowing Pete's name. Here's some other examples. Some people do leadership, they're not coaches, or they do network marketing, whatever. Here's another example of a great registration page that's really simple. There's a 2-minute video on it. There's a free gift on it. Register now and move to the interview series. So here's in summary. You can do a basic package, which is the club, where we meet Wednesday, Thursday, 6 times a month, no contract, stay as long as you want. Ash will coach you for as long as you need. $300 a month. I added to this that you can bring a friend in the next 11 minutes. You can bring a friend if you register on heartcoreclub.com. So process, right? Do you think that myself and my husband Currently, we are your trainers, right? Do you think that we can help get you across the line? Yes. Do you think I can help you build an email list or a buyer's list and a text message list of 1,000 people in the next couple months? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think my husband can show you how to convert that? Yes. Do you think maybe 10 people might pay you $1,000? That's $10,000. That could be the plan. Let's sell $10,000 products or offerings, and let's bring in $10,000 by the summer or in the next 3 months. Right? Let's bring in $10,000 in the next 3 months. Like, let's focus on something that gets you motivated. Now, if that doesn't get you motivated, add another number to that. Right? So you can do the basic package, which now I'm going to give you the bring a friend for another 10 minutes. If you go to heartcoreclub.com, plus I threw in the List Power Intensive, not the home study program and not the accelerated coaching. Okay. So if you want the accelerated package, you get the club, plus you get List Power Intensive, plus you're getting the home study program, which is really insurance policy, because Jean will have your back at that point. She will work with you for the next 90 days. She has a call once a week for the first 3 weeks of the month. She has a call, and you can come and ask her questions about the home study program, about the List Power Intensive program. That is not in the basic package. The basic package gets the club, gets List Power Intensive, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you can bring a friend in the next 10 minutes if you go to heartcoreclub.com. If you want speed, right? This is an insane offer. Never made this price point offer before. If you want accelerated speed, then take the accelerated package. I'll give you the entire club. I'll give you 6 months in the club, List Power Intensive, plus the home study program, which comes with 90 days of group coaching. Talk about an insurance plan to save you if you've like started things and not finished them in the past. You're in a really good spot here, my friends. Plus, I'll give you access. I put 4 months for the club, but I added 2 months to that about 5 minutes ago. Right? So now that's 6 months in the club, which the sales page will not say that. It'll say 4. So you just need to know it's 6. Plus, I'll give you one-on-one coaching for 2 months, all for the beautiful price of $797 with no monthly payments. It's just $797, and you're good for the next 6 months of your life. Basically, you're looking at almost to the end of the year, which is pretty awesome for $797. Plus, you can bring a friend on either of those. So if you want to split the cost with a friend, that's totally up to you. But this is an absolutely insane offer, gone in 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Heartcoreclub.com. Okay. So where do we go from here? Okay. The cost of not doing this, I will always tell you to look at this in yourself, is growing too slow. It's growing too slow and missing out on a chance to grow fast. These two programs put together are a masterpiece. They work very, very well together. That's why we offer this safety package. Heartcoreclub.com. Okay. Anna Powers. Anna Powers, can you guys light up the chat and put the word hook? Light up the chat and put the word hook. Because Anna Powers is going to coach you for the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes on hooks. Here's the deal. Hour number 2, here's the 5 people who stood out that are getting an opportunity to win a pair of my $1,000 no high heels. Guys, by the way, guys, they do this shoe for men as well. For a Christian Louboutin red sole running shoe, $1,000. They have them in every color you could imagine. I think every woman and man should have a pair. And ladies, they make your legs look good because they got a little bit of a platform. So here are the 5 people. To be clear, we will have 15 people that we choose, and we will choose 1 or 2 of these people at the end of today's training, and we will buy you a pair of Christian Louboutin running shoes. So Jessica Robinson, Casey Miranda Sunshine, Tristan Tolley, Cecilia Shepard, and Elizabeth Montano. Elizabeth Montano, you are part of the drawing for the next 45 minutes, and then we'll close up this training. All right, Anna Powers. It's all you, girl. I'm going to come off the screen and let you rock and roll. If you want to, actually, I think at the end, let's hot seat 1 or 2 people at the end and have them share what their hook might be, and you can course correct it. Are you good with that?
Love it. Beautiful.
So good. And thanks for hanging on for a little bit longer.
Of course.
Let's pop her up.
All right. Hey, y'all. Y'all excited to learn about hooks? I have to say, y'all, I'm in Mississippi. So I've got some slides. I'm going to share my screen and get those going. And I just have to say, I have caught a vision today. Like type a Y in the chat if you're catching the vision today. Oh my gosh. Like I have pages and pages of notes from this incredible training. So we're going to talk for the next 15, 20 minutes about how to create a high converting hook. Conversion just means that you take someone from being an audience member into being a paying client or customer. And that is what you've got to do to demonstrate leadership, right? You're leading them to the sale, and you want to make the sale so that you can actually support them in getting the transformation, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to help people to change lives, just like Shanda's doing. So why the heck should you listen to me? I am an attorney turned copywriter turned founder of the Clickworthy Copywriting Certification Program. So this persuasive writing and messaging is what I have done for my entire professional career. It's what I live, eat, sleep, breathe, study. It is everything. And it's really about, Shanna mentioned earlier in the training, we're in a relationship market. And it's about building a real relationship with people, because there's hundreds of people on this Zoom and thousands of people watching this live stream. But it's not just this mass of people. Every single one of you has a soul, has a spirit. You have hopes. You have dreams for your life. There's a reason that you showed up here. There's a purpose that you have to fulfill. And there's a vision that you have for your life. And so when we know how to...
And I wanted to jump in and say this. You guys, you can see a theme on this live because Anna is actually training some people in our company in customer service, in marketing, how to actually get better at their copywriting. Because again, sales is leadership, but copywriting is additional leadership, because it's learning how to land your communication through writing. And when I got good at copywriting, I also got good at speaking. Right. And so I'm a huge believer when you build your list, email, text first, then social, then get really good at sales. And while you're getting good at sales, learn copywriting. Because when you do that together, it's like the X factor that pushes everything up quicker. Telling you, average thinking grows too slow. Average thinking grows too slow. When you understand how to put the right things in the right order, copywriting massively increases your influence. So if you don't want to work harder, because that's what the middle class does, they work harder. If you don't want to work harder and you actually want to work smarter, and then you will learn copywriters. So lean in on this, because I can tell you, I spoke a paragraph to a client, right, it was the last mastermind before COVID hit. COVID was hitting. And I spoke it and her event got shut down. She sent that email out. And she did almost 6 figures from me speaking an email at the last mastermind before COVID hit. We're now back in the room. We've been doing mastermind since last July again. But she sent it out, and it was the savior that helped her. And so she had the list, she knew how to sell, but I was able to put more people into buying a product by speaking the copywriting. So Anna, thank you for training our team, and thank you for being here to train these guys, because it's an X factor. All right, I'm off again.
Shanda, you break in anytime, and your team is incredible. I told my audience that you can tell a whole lot about someone from the way that their team shows up, and your team shows up prepared with great questions, coachable. So that's a testament to you and your leadership. And I love that you talk about selling with words, because that's actually my definition of copy. Your copy are your words that sell. So whether you're writing them down or whether you're speaking them out in a sales conversation, it's all copy. Any words around your business, on your website, on your landing pages, your emails, your sales calls where you're speaking to customers, any stages that you're on, any podcasts that you're booked on, it's all copy. And I am a testament to the power of copy, because my second bullet for my obligatory about me slide is that I use the power of messaging to create a 6-figure side business while I was still practicing law full time. Now, I started my business, and the first couple of years of my business, I didn't understand messaging and I didn't understand copywriting. My first year in business, and I also didn't have Shanda, by the way. So I wish I would have had Shanda when I started. But I made $50 in my entire first year of running my business. And then in the second year, I built some momentum and I like 20x'd, but I went from $50 to $2,150. So I exponentially increased, but the hard numbers weren't super impressive. And then I realized I'm missing something. I know that I have something so valuable to offer and I genuinely want to help people, but I didn't know how to convey the value of what I had to the people who were listening. So I threw myself into studying copywriting and messaging. And the next year, I was able to bring in $128,000 while I was practicing law full time, which is no slouch of a job. And then the next year I retired from law and we did multiple six figures. And then the year after that, more than 500K. And I'm like, Shanda, I can never make you an income claim. I worked my tail off to do it, to be frank. But I was working my tail off the year that I made $50 and the year that I made $2,150. I didn't have the right support around me to make things pop. So that's why you are so blessed to be here right now to get access to this. So I'm going to do my darndest to teach you all about hooks. And just to show you what's possible, I've used what I know about messaging to sell out programs that range from $17 all the way up to a $30,000 mastermind that we sold out. Okay. So it doesn't really matter if you're doing something low ticket, if you're doing something high ticket. In the pandemic years, 2019 to 2020, we did more than $1 million when a lot of people were struggling. And crazy thing, my mom actually texted me and said, I'm so glad that you put your business online and that you figured out your online business before this pandemic started, because now I don't have to worry. I've worked with amazing clients like Michael Hyatt and Co., Dr. Shannon Irvine, celebrity wedding photographer KT Mary. I've taught more than 8,500 students what I'm about to share with you. And now I train people to be conversion copywriters and do what I do and sell their copywriting services to people. So what is a hook? A hook is a single piece of messaging that draws your ideal client in. So it's just one thing. And this is why Shanda was saying, you don't have to have like this huge, long, elaborate website. You can have one core piece of messaging. If it's the right messaging, I guess it's kind of like a spouse, right? If it's the right one, you just need one. You don't need dozens and dozens. One core piece of messaging that draws your ideal client in. Why is this so important? I love to connect with the why behind something, because I could tell you got to write a hook, but if you don't understand what it's going to help you do, it's not going to be as important to you, right? So why do you need a hook? Your hook attracts your ideal audience. So your hook catches their attention and tells them, okay, now I'm going to lean in. I'm going to pay extra close attention to what you're sharing. It also deters the audience who would never buy from you anyway. So this is huge to wrap your brain around. You actually want your messaging to push away the people that aren't right for you, because frankly, they're just going to take up your precious space and your precious energy and ask you a bunch of questions that are totally irrelevant to what you're doing. So you want your message and your hook to push them away. So it's going to draw in the right people, push away the people that would never buy from you anyway. And it's ultimately the reason that people stay with you long enough to buy or not buy. Your hook, therefore, has to be what we call a scroll stopper. And it has to be bold enough to be a pattern interrupt. People have a lot of opinions about Tony Robbins, but if you watched his thing on Netflix, I Am Not Your Guru, you will notice that he uses a lot of swear words, and one particular jaw-dropping swear word. Well, that is a pattern interrupt. That was originally, as I have second and third hand heard it, that was something that was thrown into the languaging to help shake people awake. Your pattern interrupt does not have to be a swear word, but it needs to connect with your audience. So with his particular audience, that's not offensive to them. The people that love Tony, they don't care that he uses that kind of language. It helps them zone in and pay attention because he's speaking to his right fit clients. So it's not about being like Tony and throwing out curse words. It's about being like you and knowing your audience and knowing what they need to hear to be shaken out of their place of just numbing out, because we all tend to numb out if we have a problem. Like, we'd rather think that it's not so bad, and we develop all sorts of coping mechanisms. Like, you might binge Netflix. Some people drink a lot of wine at night. Like, whatever your coping mechanism is, we need someone, if we're going to make a powerful change, we need someone to catch our attention long enough that we will stop, lean in, listen, and get empowered to take that next step. So Shanda has this incredible hook, which is the middle class is going away. And you've heard her say it in different iterations throughout this training, like the middle class is disappearing. We're getting more and more separated, the rich from the poor. So if you don't take some action now, and you're middle class right now, like, you're not going to just stay middle class. You're either going to rise up or you're going to fall back. That is a powerful hook that draws in her right people who need to learn from her, and also deters some people who do not want to be woken up to this fact that the middle class is going away. Once you hook someone with that core piece of messaging, then you basically act like an attorney and you make your case for why that is true and why that is accurate. And you give examples. So I've heard Shanda say on a previous training, and this is a slight paraphrasing, but if you're in the middle class and you're satisfied, I am fearful for you. If you are satisfied living in the middle class, you better wake up. You need to inject cash right now. You need to be good at lead gen, and you need to sell. And she could give you all kinds of additional facts and data and charts and graphs about what's happening to interest rates, trends over the last 20 years about the middle class disappearing. Like, if she wanted to bolster this claim, she could have all the data to find for you to share that. But the people that are the right fit, when she shares that hook, as she makes her case for that hook, the right fit client is going to be making their own internal case for agreeing with her. Okay, so I'm a right fit client for Shanda. I love what she teaches. I think her trainings are so incredibly powerful. So many of my colleagues have built 7-figure businesses because of the work that they've done with Shanda, and I've seen it firsthand. So when Shanda says the middle class is disappearing, I go, oh my gosh, you're so right. And I start thinking about my own personal story of growing up middle class, 2 parents who worked full time, but didn't make $100,000 put together. I'm 42 years old. So this would have been around 97, 98. I'm applying for colleges. My parents said, whatever college you apply to, you work your tail off. Wherever you get in, you can go. My dream from the time I saw Claire Huxtable on the Cosby Show was I wanted to go to Princeton. She was a lawyer. She had graduated from Princeton. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be just like Claire Huxtable. And so I worked my tail off, and I applied, and I did all the SATs and the ACTs and cheerleading and leading the school play and all the things to build my resume to be able to get my dream of Princeton. And I get the big fat acceptance packet. And then my parents look at the financials and they say, we're so sorry, but we can't afford to send you. They also said, we could sell the house. Your dad could get a second job at night, and maybe we could take out $100,000 in loans, but we don't have the money to send you, because they were middle class. The middle class was disappearing even back in the late 90s. And honestly, it was a huge impetus for me to start a business, because I made a vow that when I'm so blessed to have kids and they work their tails off to get into Princeton, it ain't going to be money that keeps them from fulfilling the dream that they've had since they were a little one, right? So when Shanda says the middle class is going away, because I'm a right fit client, I'm finding the evidence from my own life that she is 100% right. And then I'm paying even closer attention to what she's saying. So type a Y in the chat if this is making sense. If you're catching this, if this is making sense to you, you have that one piece of messaging, and your clients, your right fit clients, will start to make the case for you. So from there, the sale becomes easy, because they're already bought in. They're like, oh my gosh, she gets it. Like, she knows. If my parents had Shanda in the 80s, we would have had the money to go to Princeton. Like I would have been there. I also believe everything works out perfectly. I'm so grateful for my life. That was my perfect path. And I'm so happy to be where I am. But I also, again, made that vow that this is not going to happen to my family. And that's one of the reasons that I'm actually standing here today. So the great thing about the hook is that it doesn't have to be perfect, because it can feel like a lot of pressure, right? We have one piece of messaging. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to be something that you genuinely believe and that you can get behind with conviction. So how do you craft a high converting hook? You have to listen to what your audience is saying. And Shanda was saying, as she's training today, she's watching the chat, she's looking. And even when she was making the offer, she was paying attention. At first it was going to be 4 months. And it's like, you know what? No, they need more. They need 6. Like I'm being empathetic. I'm looking at what's happening with my people. I'm listening to them and I'm creating an offer for them, which is why, just as Shanda's already shared with you, your offer doesn't matter as much, because your audience is going to tell you what your offer needs to be. So you need to talk to your audience and you have to notice the repeated patterns. This is what I train my copywriters on. And this is a lot of what I've been sharing with Shanda's team as I've been working with them. You have to talk to the people that you know are your right fit clients. And you have to ask them, what's holding them back? What has kept them stuck? What have they tried that hasn't worked? How long have they been trying those things that haven't worked? How does it make them feel that they've tried this thing repeatedly and it hasn't worked? Then you want to analyze that data. So when we do this, before we do copywriting for a client, we interview 4 to 10 of their ideal clients and we ask them all those questions. And then I print it out. I'm like a mad scientist. I have all the printouts all over and I'm looking for the common phrases. I'm looking for the common pieces of language that they use, the common problems. And then my entire message is built on breaking them through that core problem. That is how you find the hook. You have to talk to your people. And if you don't want to talk to your people, then you might want to rethink building a business, because business is about relationships and it's about what you can offer that's of value to someone. So I want to give you a few examples to make this really concrete. Let's say that your audience is always saying, oh my gosh, I have no balance. I need more balance. But yet they never have cash flow and they're always poor. They don't have any money coming in and yet they want balance. Your hook might be, balance will keep you broke. You keep telling me you need balance, but you're broke. Balance will keep you broke. You've been pursuing balance and that's why you're broke. So if your people were craving balance and you come out with this hook, balance will keep you broke, all of a sudden it's like, record scratch. Tell me more. Okay, I don't want to be broke and I have been seeking balance. What am I doing wrong? Tell me more. Tell me how to fix it. Another example. Let's say that your audience was like me when I was practicing law at a big law firm. Your audience is in corporate making a ton of money for the executives, but just scraping by for themselves. Guys, I remember there was one year that I brought in more than $400,000 for the company, and yet I didn't make 6 figures. And I thought, okay, I'm working every weekend and they're driving fancy cars and they're taking their families on vacation. And I'm putting the peanut butter back at the grocery store because I've overdone my budget. So your audience gets thanked by their boss and gets told, wow, like, thank you, Anna, you're such a great profit center for the firm. And yet the raise that your audience gets is minimal and it doesn't even really keep pace with the cost of living. So this was a scenario that I found myself in when I was in corporate, like making a ton of money for other people and being thanked for my work and told I was a great profit center. And it really rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, I'm a person, not a profit center. But if someone had come at me with the hook, become your own profit center, you better believe I would have leaned in. How can I become my own profit center? I don't want to be a profit center for them. I want to be a profit center for me and for my family. And then let's do another few examples. Let's say that your audience has been trying to build an online business by learning skills that change. So there's all kinds of ways you can make money online. A lot of people try to learn how to run Facebook ads because they think if you're a Facebook ads manager, you can charge these super high recurring fees. So they learn how to do that. And then the algorithm changes, or heaven forbid, Facebook locks them out of their own account. And now people have paid them $20,000 a month to manage their Facebook accounts, and they can't do it. And all of a sudden, poof, this career that they built that they thought was so secure is just gone. For them, your hook could be, hey, learn this in-demand skill once, profit from it forever, get paid to write copy. That's our hook for our copywriting certification. Quit worrying about learning Facebook ads and Instagram and mastering the algorithm that could change on a dime, like that you have no control over. Learn the skill of copy and messaging, which hasn't changed in thousands of years and existed before the internet was here. So learn that skill, learn it once, and then you can profit from it forever. Get paid to write copy. And then this is another example. Your audience might be made up of moms who think that building their own business is selfish because it's taking time away from their families. You might have a hook that says, hey, building a business that makes a ton of money is the most selfless thing that you can do for your family. And a last example, and then we'll do some hot seats, which I'm super stoked about. What if your audience is made up of corporate women? They are so kind. They are so smart. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to brag. They want to be the nice, humble girl. So they are missing out on those promotions and raises. Then your hook might be, nice girls don't get the corner office, which is actually the title of a best-selling book by Lois P. Frankel. And one of my actually mentors back when I was practicing law literally gave me that book. One of my female mentors, she said, here, Anna, nice girls don't get the corner office. We got to toughen you up. So those are all the examples that I have, and I'm happy. Shanda, how do you want to do the hot seats? Let me see if I can stop the show.
So I would say, okay, perfect. So you guys go in the chat. Actually, don't even go in the chat. Go wave at me. We can't hot seat you guys on social media, obviously, but we can hot seat you guys on Zoom, which is one of the powers of being on Zoom right now with us, right? So who wants to work your hook with Anna? Just wave your hand or hit the button and raise your hand. You got to have your video on for me to take you, okay? So got to have your video on for me to take you. Okay, Jamise.
Hey, Jamise.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, so great to see you.
For the sake of time, Jamise, what I'm going to ask you to do is just Anna, you can lead it, but tell her what you think your hook might be, right? Tell her what you think your hook might be, and then let Anna work from there. Cool?
Okay. So I think my hook might be, I don't know.
Who do you work with and what do you help them with?
Moms, or women who are wanting to become moms.
Okay.
But they are so in their ambitions that they don't know if they have space to be a mom.
Time's running out for you to have babies. And I mean, I'm 42 and I just got married in December, and that would hook me. Don't lose your chance to become a mother. Don't sacrifice your future motherhood on the altar of your career aspirations. That would be like a super fancy long way of saying it.
Oh.
See how Jamise and everybody else, you've got to be bold enough to say these things. You got to be bold enough. Do you know, I have two friends in mind right now, both amazing women who both, literally both of them, it was either their careers or it was their personal development that took priority over their babies. And both of those beautiful, amazing women, have both chosen men that didn't want to commit. And they did that, it was safe, but literally all I've heard from them since we were 30 years old, 27 years old, has been this conversation of, I need to fix me before I can have him. And I'm even if you're the perfect version of you, you're going to change in the next year or two. And what's most beautiful about a marriage or relationship is actually growing together. Do you really want to be with the guy that wants the perfect version of yourself? No, you don't.
That's how I feel about that.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want the guy who wants the perfect version of you or the woman who wants the perfect version of you. So you got it, Jamise?
Yep. Can you just say it one more time so I can make sure I got it all right?
Don't sacrifice your dreams of motherhood on the altar of career aspirations.
There we go.
So good. Okay. Rachel, I just saw you and then you just, Rachel Bagwell.
Hi, yeah, I wanted to work my hook. Can you guys hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm in the shower and I said, "You're broke because you're lazy."
That's a strong hook. That's a strong hook. You're broke because you're lazy. Okay, here is the thing that we do want to be careful about. Do you really believe your people are lazy?
Well, yeah, because people don't want to do the hard thing. And if they did, then they could get where they wanted to go.
So that's a hook and it will draw people in. What you want to be careful of is raising their objections to the point that they go, screw you. Who are you to tell me I'm lazy? You don't even know me. Okay.
Well, even though you're a really hard worker, are you doing the right thing to get you where you really want to go?
There you go. So if that's like my internal hook, that's what like I truly honestly believe. I'm going to massage that. Say it the way you said it again. You're broke because you're lazy.
Yeah.
You're broke because you're focusing on the wrong things.
Okay.
You're not. Yeah, because if we just come out with like a straight up insult to people, they sometimes will shut down. Okay. So, and like you're lazy would be what most people might feel as an insult. So sometimes when we come at them with an insult, they just are like, well, you don't know me. So we have something in copy that we try to avoid, which is called mind reading, which is when I say, hey, right now you're feeling this or you're doing that. That's mind reading. And it actually raises defenses and objections because they go, who are you, Anna? You don't know what I'm thinking or feeling. So instead I soften it and I say, if you're anything like the hundreds of women that I've coached, you are probably feeling like there aren't enough hours in the day to build your business. And then they're like, oh my God, you're right. I totally am. Versus if I just, yeah.
And Rachel, you can add in like the lazy piece in the essence of, so it's one thing to work that when people are working with you inside.
Yes.
It's good to know that you know that, but like, if you're going to bring that to their awareness on the front end, like, because if you're like, pretend you're going to drop ad spend to reach people. Of course, with us, we teach you how to do it without ad spend. But if you're going to drop ad spend, you're like, how would that land to a cold audience? So you could turn around, you could say, like maybe you secretly feel like you're lazy.
So good. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like, that that's the thing. And when you say it, like I hear that from entrepreneurs all the time. They come to me and they're like, I'm not sure if I've got the work ethic. And those are their exact words. I'm not sure I have the work ethic to be able to create that lifestyle I want. How many of you guys feel that way as entrepreneurs? Like that is a question in your head. Do I really have what it takes? Do I really have the work ethic? You're kind of like secretly a little bit lazy sometimes. You're wondering if that's going to prevent you from, do you see how it's packaged? Right? So when you're getting into your hook, like that, like I'm going to say harsh, like it's like that harsh, like this is not their problem, this is their problem, is the benchmark of a great hook, right? But it's like, then you got to go, if you walk into a room, unless you're a disruptor, because like when Anna's like, that is a strong hook. Like there are disruptors out there, like Candace Owens and things like that, Charlie Kirk. Like there's some disruptors out there that drop stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like they'll drop like, if you're this isn't a great version, but they might take something with abortion. Everything's happening with abortion right now. It's like, if you had an abortion, you killed a human being. Like they could use that as a hook because they're disruptors, and their audience are diehards on that side. Do you know what I mean? Like they're diehards. They're like, yes, speak it. But like if I went out and dropped something like that, my audience would go nuts. Like they would be like, cancel, 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 even if they loved me. Do you see what I'm saying? But a Candace or a Charlie Kirk, because of how they built their audiences, if you guys don't know who they are, they're just disruptors. Like they straight out take it on, right? And so that is their brand. You see what I'm saying? So if that's you, then go after it. If it's your brand, if it's not you, right, and you're just doing it for attention, like that, it's great to play with stuff like that on social channels to get them to explode. But like, that's a bit of a dangerous game because you lose authority. Make
Yeah.
sense?
Shanda, can I add something to that? I've heard you say on one of your more recent trainings, kind of like, it's not the same message, but it's like a softer, more gentler way of saying it that your audience could hear, which is talking about dialing up the intensity. And I'm paraphrasing, you might remember exactly the way you said it, but it was something about like, you don't have time for the temper tantrums and the adrenal fatigue. Like, now is the time to dial up the intensity. And when you say it like that, it's a, you don't have time for this. It's not a, you're lazy or you're selfish. Do you see this difference? It's like, it's a bit of a line to walk and it's a little bit of a dance, but that when Shanda says dial up the intensity, like, there's no time to get in your emotions and your temper tantrums. Like, I can hear that versus if she said, Anna, you're just being lazy. I'd be like, screw you. You don't even know what I have on my plate.
Yeah, so it's important because even like when we have a challenge coming up that is around breaking patterns, and it's rising. It's the rising tide challenge. Like, all boats rise to the tide, right? And so it's the rising tide challenge. And while we were working content yesterday, like, some of that stuff was coming out, right? Like when I started, like Rachel, when I was talking with our team, it started in my head, then it got in my heart, then it got in my body. And so some of those things come out when you're being honest and you're putting it out there, and then you take it and you say, well, what I'm really trying to say is this, right? So I think it's powerful that you know that your audience is lazy. I know my audience is lazy. I know I can be lazy. I know, you know what I mean? Like, I know that, but I'm not going to hook with that because I'm not a disruptor. But I'm going to use that to go, if that's their number one pain, then that needs to become my hook. Like, if I like complacency, a year after COVID hit, complacency was the problem and it became my hook. Right. And I led with complacency on everything. Right. But I led from a place of like, I knew everyone was complacent, and that's really direct and in their face, but I massaged it and brought it forward. And I was like, notice the areas that you're complacent. Like, notice the last time you got dressed. Notice the last time, like, you made the attempt to drive a long distance or get on a plane. And then I shared how I missed a mastermind. Right. And because I was complacent, I was like, oh, I'll just watch online. You know what I mean? I was like, holy shit, complacency's gotten me too. And it was like, so now I could bring that to the forefront with empathy. Do you see what I'm saying? Got it? Cool. All right, one more person. Okay, Arena, I don't think I've seen you before.
Hi. No,
Hi.
you have seen me before. I'm right across from where I saw you in the summit. So
Awesome. Let's run your hook. Let's run your hook.
okay, thank you. Thank you guys. I did sign up, so I just wanted to head out. So my hook, bloating, gut bloating. And I'm actually coming out with a summit where I'm getting interviewed. So I'm like so key on like, what am I talking about? How do I hook them in? So I'm an acupuncturist and I do gut health. So microbiome, bloating, cancer, immune, stress, all of that. So I'm like, my brain is on fire right now. So thanks for picking me up.
No worries. Okay, so what do you think? So what do you think the biggest hook is for your audience right now?
So I'm working with people that have bloating, like, looking pregnant, and I'm helping them to rebuild their microbiome. So I'm doing, I guess, a mini course on that right now, and I need to figure out how to do the copyright. So I'm like totally all over the place.
Okay, so you need to figure out how to do a sales page. You need to figure out how to communicate it. So Anna, what would be a good hook, like off the top of your head on that?
I'm laughing because this has happened to me multiple times. Tired of getting asked if you're pregnant when you're not. because of your bloat. Like you just want to wear a cute empire dress and people are asking you when your baby's due, which can frankly be painful when you want to have a baby and you haven't. And then people are asking you and it's just, you're like, nope, I'm just fat. Thank you. So that would be a pretty bold hook.
But that's a powerful hook. That is a powerful hook. It's even like tired of people asking you if you're pregnant or feeling like you're pregnant when you're not because your gut is so bloated. There's a book it's called Words That Sell, you guys. Words That Sell.
Yes.
It's a really great book to get and put on your shelf. I have one in my office and it makes a huge difference. Okay. Okay, good.
Yes. And should I be putting out ideas that, if you don't take care of your gut and your microbiome, your immune system, stress, cancer, because it really does. It disturbs.
I think that's boring.
Yeah.
Boring. Okay.
And once you have them in, you can talk more about that stuff, but that's not what they're annoyed about, right? They're not really thinking long-term down the road with the cancer. They're thinking like, I'm sick of having to unbutton my jeans after I eat because my belly goes from here to here.
Yep.
And that could be another one, sick of having to unbutton your jeans after every meal because of bloat. And then a powerful phrase when you're post hook is like, it's not your fault. You just haven't been taught the XYZ things to do to fix this problem.
Yeah, you guys hear me say that a lot with the whole, it breaks my heart when I see how many people are afraid to pull the trigger on investing in their business, because it's like, I can tell you all day long. I mean, I could say, build your buyers list, then figure out how to sell to your buyers list by surveying them, and then learn copywriting. Right. That's exactly what I did. And that's the same advice I gave my husband. I've given that advice to so many people, right? Even when, we're not a copywriting company, but I'm like, these are the steps you need to do. And I can speak it all day long and people are like, but I feel like I want to launch a book. Awesome. Do you have anybody to sell that book to? I feel like I want to start a podcast. Great. Awesome. Could you maybe do like a Facebook Live or an Instagram Live every single day and repurpose that as a podcast? Because I need you to practice your presentation skills. And then really, could we just build your list first and then you could do all that? Like build your list and send them to the daily Facebook Live and then take that Facebook Live and make it a podcast. That's what mine is. Yeah, she's driven. It's like years of 20-minute Facebook Lives on Coffee with Shanda. And so it's like, I just share this with you because like you said, Anna, people are the reason why you're broke is you're putting things in the wrong order. And then you don't listen, even when you have the advice given to you with the right order, right? And so you gotta look at what you're hooking with where it's honest and they get it, like they can see it, but it's also what's affecting them right now. Like if you don't figure out your leads right now, thank you, Arena, if you could pull her off, that'd be awesome. If you don't focus on your leads right now, I promise you, I will talk to you a year from now and you will be hurting. I got a great example of a woman that we helped turn to a millionaire. And she didn't focus on her leads for a year and a half and she went off the millions, right? Why? Because she didn't focus on she's just as good at her products and services and just as good at her sales. But she couldn't hook them anymore because she wasn't listening anymore. So her copy, right? And she didn't spend the time to really develop that. And then she wasn't focusing on her lead gen. Everybody write this down. Always be focusing on leads. Always be building your list. Always. Okay. So, in 2 seconds, here's where I'm going to go next. And then we're going to wrap up. We're going to do this really quickly. I'm going to go over my iSolve model. Christina, I still got you. Don't worry. I'm gonna go over my iSolve model so that you go through it. Keep Anna up with me. I'm gonna go over my iSolve model so that we go through it, and then I'm going to do some hot seating and close out before I go to my private clients and work with them in their office hours. So I'm gonna do a version of office hours with you guys. You guys good with that? Yes or no? Yes? Is this helpful? Is everybody this helpful? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna do office hours with you. I'm gonna run through iSolve with you. I'm gonna talk to you about just really changing your mindset around this so that you can go out. I'm even gonna give you a challenge to go sell today. Right? I'm going to give you a challenge to go sell today. And just so you know, after I teach iSolve, I've done this in many events. I haven't done this for years in events, but I used to do this like 8 years ago where I'd teach this and then I'd give them 15 minutes to go sell. I am not kidding you. People would come back with $10,000 sales, $20 sales, $75 sales, $500 sales, and I'll tell you what I would do to activate this, but just by taking it right after I teach it and taking it to the floor. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a few seconds. So here's the deal though. Once we're done that, we're done. We're done. And currently, I do not have another Coach Yourself to Success workshop anywhere on the books, like nowhere for the rest of the year. We have a very, very, very heavy schedule coming up. Doesn't mean we won't pop one of these up later on, but right now it is not on the calendar for the rest of the year. So I cannot promise you we will do a workshop like this again for the rest of the year. So we do have a challenge coming up. We have events coming up at the end of the year, but we currently do not have anything in the roster to do that. So if you're in a situation where you're like, Shanda, I think you can help me, and you know you got to get good at leads, you know you got to get good at selling, and you might think you're good at selling, but if you are not making a lot of money right now, you're not. Okay, you're not, because there's a frequency to it. Every single day you should be having cash flow come in. So you must learn copy. So here's what I'm going to do. If you go to Hardcore Club, I almost forgot the URL, Hardcore Club, thank you, Myung, hardcoreclub.com. You can either choose $300 a month, no contracts, and we'll teach you how to sell. I'll teach you list building on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's insane. Plus actually the Bring a Friend is gone. So you can go hardcoreclub.com. You can do $300 a month, cancel anytime, and we'll train you 6 times a month. Plus next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I will throw in teaching you how to build buyers. Sound good? Yes? If you want the accelerated program, that means we're going to add 2 months of one-on-one coaching, and we're going to add the home study program. And Anna, I know that you have something that you're willing to throw in right now. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I'm stoked to give everyone who jumps in our sales page in a weekend workshop. Like, imagine if you knew exactly how to write a sales page. And I have done this for 7- and 8-figure entrepreneurs, and also for people just getting started. But I've written copy for launches that have made $4 million in a week's time period. So this works no matter where you're starting from, whether you have nobody on your list yet, Shanda's going to help you get them on your list, or whether you're already established. This is a recorded workshop that's going to walk you through the non-negotiable elements of your sales page. You're going to hear exactly how to write each section, and you're going to see me workshopping with students how to do that. And then beyond that, I'm going to train you live on it. So we're going to have a 90-minute training live with me. You're going to get the recorded workshop first, go through that, come to that live training with me, and we'll do more hot seats just like we've done on this call today, but more in depth so that you have that sales page and you're good to go with all of your messaging buttoned up.
Okay, so here's what I want to tell you. So say you've done List Power before, but you haven't been in the club. You could do the accelerated package, or you could do the basic package. Either or, doesn't really make a difference. Just getting that training alone will make you back your money and then some. Do you guys get what I'm saying? So this is about breaking average thinking. It's about breaking average thinking. Sometimes people say, oh, Shanda, I've already done List Power, so it doesn't make sense for me to grab the club. Yes, it does. Even just the bonus alone with Anna Powers, just the bonus alone of what she's teaching you, how to do a sales page. How many of you guys don't know how to do a sales page? Go in the chat right now and say me. How many of you guys don't know how to do a sales page? Okay, so hello, this is what I'm talking about. Average thinking doesn't get the breakthrough. They don't get the beach life. You gotta think differently. So just the fact of grabbing that alone, you guys who jumped in the first hour, you guys got it. So we're gonna gift it to you right now. You've got it. You guys who don't jump in the next 15 minutes, this bonus will be gone. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up this training. I'm going to do hot seating with you. I'm going to tell you knowing how to do your sales page makes a huge difference. Anna, thank you. Thank you, seriously. Thank you for.
Thank you all so much. This has been amazing. Thank you.
And thank you for, making hooks simple so that people can trust themselves on it. You guys hear what I'm saying? Yes? Super powerful. So I wish that I would have learned it sooner. The first year that I got into business and left my corporate job, I made $2,000 profit. When I learned copywriting, now I built a list. When I learned copywriting, I went from $2,000 profit to $140,000 that year. It was copywriting, because I can do all the work in the world. If I don't know how to communicate with someone, they're not listening. Who can feel me? Yeah? Can you feel me? Who can feel me? Do all the work in the world, but if you can't communicate with somebody in a way that they listen, like when people tell me their lists are dead, I'm like, they're not dead, you're just boring. I don't mean that in a mean way. I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just the way that you're talking is boring.
That's
right?
a hook. Your list isn't dead, you're just boring.
Yes, exactly. And it's powerful because when you learn that, then it's like, okay, it's like it opens up and you're like, oh my gosh, this was available the whole time, but I nickeled and dimed my life away, waiting for them to listen. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, stop, take control. You got this. It's not that hard, but there's a couple pieces you got to put in line. Got to have the list because you got no buyers. And you got to have a text message list. Okay, you got to be able to text. But then if you don't know how to speak on a text and do a hook, then guess what? You're noise. They're going to unsubscribe. But when you can speak to someone the way you speak to your best friend, but in a hook, they're going to click the link and go. Do you hear what I'm saying? Yes? Yes? Do you hear what I'm saying? Important. You got to learn this. Is this making sense? Thank you, Anna. I really appreciate it. 12 minutes and 49 seconds. Hardcoreclub.com. Hardcoreclub.com for $796. 97. 797. I made up the price last night. Literally, I was like, I'm just going to give this to them. $797, right? Yes. Okay, I got it. $797. I'll work with you for 6 months. My God, that's insane. Plus, Anna will teach you how to do a sales page. I'll teach you leads, teach you sales. I'll teach you stacking. I'll teach you so much about how to move the dial financially. Even if you've done my List Power program before, or you're in the club, right? You could still get the accelerated package, do List Power again with me. I don't care if you never use the club. Go grab Anna's training and get it. Okay, I don't know what, I think Anna's last training that we were looking at was like $3,000 or $4,000 for her training. I can't remember, but we were just talking about it. We've put our team in to be trained by her because she's good at what she does. And I kept hearing about her over and over and over again. In fact, one of my clients had a assistant get trained on copy by Anna Powers, and her open rate skyrocketed. So here's the thing. You can even train somebody else to do it if you want to get out of average thinking and take the hats off. Trying to percolate some ideas inside your head. Okay, when I want to hire somebody, guess what I do? I send an email to my list and tell them we're hiring. And we got hundreds and hundreds of people who come back and ask to work with us. And then we interview them. My point is, life just gets easier when you can access the right people. You know how to enroll, you know how to enroll in what they want, and you know how to speak through copy. Can you guys see how empowering that is? It changes the game. You know how many clients I've told us they're getting on a plane to write an email because they understand copy, and when they get to the other side of the plane ride, open up 7 spots only or 3 spots only to work with you, right? And then they'll come and they'll have 3 spots or 5 spots booked. They talk to them, they've already told them it's an opportunity to work with them. And while they're in the car, they're talking to people and enrolling them in 10, 15, 25, $30,000 products. I know that might sound crazy to you, but don't you want it to not sound crazy to you? Like, don't you want to be on the other side of the tracks where like a comment like those prices don't sound crazy to you, what if you could actually create a product that was valued at that? How many would you have to enroll to be able to have a really great life? Well, hopefully enough that's way over what you need so that we can take some off the top and multiply it. Look at Jean, our trainer. She took the money that she made in sales with us and she lent it out in hard money lending. And she gets 50% on her money. She can't earn money that fast. She can't talk to enough people to earn money that fast. So, but she doesn't want to she doesn't want to just do the multiply your money game. She keeps creating more revenue. So she has more of it to go put over there on the passive income game. Okay, so my goal is not to have you like be stuck in the weeds for the rest of your life. But if you don't take offers like this on hardcoreclub.com, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't get easier or cheaper than this. It doesn't get easier or more palatable than this. So go to hardcoreclub.com. You got 8 minutes left. And then Anna Powers, your amazing bonus on copyright, doing a sales page in a weekend and your live training on how to do it. Thank you so much. But that bonus will be over in 8 minutes. All right. You guys ready for next steps? Bring it home over the next like 20 minutes. Bring it home. Yes. You still got some bandwidth in you? You still got some bandwidth in you? Okay. We got Christy Lower, Rachel Bagwell, Tiki Cables, Sarah Adams, and Christina Jensen. The last hour, we looked at your guys' comments and you guys are focused and engaged. So we're going to do a drawing coming up here soon. You guys ready? Okay. So here's what I want to make sure that we work through, some money plans. Okay, so I want to talk to you about some money plans. First, I'm going to go over iSolve real quick. Pay attention. Okay, iSolve, ISOLVE. Do we have a PDF on this we could drop in the chat and also maybe on social?
Yep, I'll get it.
Okay, great. So iSolve is ISOLVE. So I write it like this. I have it like this on a piece of paper. They're going to drop a PDF in the chats on social media and here on Zoom. 7 minutes left before that bonus with Anna is over, you guys. Don't drag your feet on this. Okay, don't drag your feet on this. I promise you're not going to see this offer again. You're definitely not going to see it this year. Okay, so don't drag your feet on this. iSolve is step number one. Write this on a piece of paper. So you guys got it. Okay. Just write it on a piece of paper till the PDF is there. So this is what somebody wants. It's their intention and you need to know why. So say I'm on a phone call with you. I say, okay, Tanya, what is your intention today? Like, what is the one thing if I solved it for you on this call, on this training, on this whatever, webinar, Zoom call, whatever it is, face-to-face, I'm at a party. Hey, Tanya, what is the one thing that if I solved it for you right now would make a huge difference in your life? Real easy question. But the tone in which I say it matters, right? So I actually changed my tone a few times. This is stuff that we teach in the club, right? So I don't know if you caught that or not, but my tone changed, right? So it's like, hey, Tanya, so let me ask you a question. I'm grabbing a hold of the conversation and I'm pulling it in. If you think because you are an introvert that you don't get to do this or it's not authentic, then I'm going to tell you that controlling personality will have you control yourself right to broke. Okay, so I used to be super shy and I never wanted to speak in public. And look at what I do today. So you got to stop saying like, this is just who I am. No, you need to learn how to style flex. Okay. And so I grab a hold of the conversation because say we're talking and it's taking too long, right? Have you ever stood in front of somebody that just keeps telling you about their problems? It's like, you're slowly dying, right? So you got to grab a hold of the conversation and go, hey, Sharon, like, so what's the one thing that if I was to solve it for you right now would just totally change your life? It would make a huge difference for you. What's like the most important thing? And then Sharon would tell me, and I would say, why is that important to you? This is the driver. This is why somebody buys. And people lose the enrollment conversation at the very beginning of the conversation because they don't actually authentically know why somebody wants to create what they want to create. So you guys who want to create businesses or multiple streams of income, that's not enough. Like, go in the chat right now and tell us, why do you want to create financial freedom? Go in the chat and tell us right now. Why do you want to create financial freedom? Go in the chat, tell us right now. So my family can be together. Awesome. That's powerful. For my family. So I can take care of my health. To save the animals. What do you mean to save the animals? I wouldn't stop on that. I need to know what that means. Travel, but travel where, Christy? Make choices, build a legacy. Limitless. For my freedom. So I'm going to take travel as an example. Say I'm talking to one of you guys. I say, so what's the number one thing you want me to solve for you? I'm just going to be general for a second. I would like to have financial freedom. Okay, well, why is that important to you? Because I want to travel. I'd say, well, but where specifically do you want to travel? Why is travel so important to you? See, I can't have you can't have somebody in their head. You got to drop them down into their heart. What's the driver? It's like when you get a gut instinct, that's how deep you need to go. You need to know, like, this is a gut calling for them to create this. I have a gut calling to move to Puerto Rico. I just can tell you, and my husband now sees it too. It's a gut calling, right? We're going to shave years off our growth, years and years off our growth by going there, right? And so it's, so many people are like, I love the city I live in. Great, I can come back. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, are you willing to sacrifice some time or some money or whatever to have the rest of your life? You better be, because if you have to live in one square block of this planet, we got a real problem. And don't tell me it's because you have a vision to be close to family, because you can absolutely be close to family a year from now, or you could absolutely enroll family to, you get what I'm saying? There is a solution. The problem with the reason why entrepreneurs don't make the money they want is because they're actually not resourceful. Why is someone not resourceful? Because they gave up the ability to think past what they've been taught. And that is not an insult. It was so, if COVID wouldn't have hit, I was working to try and homeschool my child, and I don't know anybody homeschooled, like in my family. So I was breaking a whole generational normalcy, but yet I had all the data. Like, I'm giving you so much data on how to become financially free, but you have to break what you think is how to make a good decision. Do you see what I'm saying? To be able to take action on an offer like this, you have to break it. And I have so much empathy around that because things haven't worked for you in the past. I get it. I get it. I get it. But if you keep going like this, I'm telling you what's coming down the pipeline, and this is not a fear tactic. I'm not moving to Puerto Rico to get way ahead because I'm just that ambitious. I've been looking at the pipeline for 6 years now. And 2.5, I started having serious conversations with my husband. Now I'm like, there's no more time left. We got to go. Like, got to go now. We got to make the move now. Okay? Got to make the move now. COVID sped up the window that was already coming. Okay? And so I don't have time to go into all of that, but the analytics have been there for a long time. Okay? And I've been speaking about it, but speaking at zone events. Like, I was like, the window's closing, the window's closing. It's like, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, the real estate market's going to pop. The real estate market's going to pop in 08. And people are like, no, it's not. My broker said it's amazing. It's the best time in the world to live. Look at the data. The market always pops around the same time all the time. There's a secular motion with it, right? How are you shifting? You got to figure this stuff out, you guys. It's not okay to keep your head in the sand anymore. You got family members that you need to break generational curses right now, and it's a thinking pattern, and it's got to stop. And if it doesn't stop, you got to stop complaining about the wealth, because, by the way, adding wealth taxes onto people with money, they're just going to get more creative. Why? Because they're fucking resourceful. They're resourceful. They're going to figure it out. They're going to figure out how to own nothing, right? They're going to figure it out. There's already ways to do that, right? They're going to figure it out. You know, I could just go off on a tangent on this. It just breaks my heart that this stuff isn't taught. And then when it's taught, people don't believe it. They don't want to grab onto the life preserver, like a moment like hardcoreclub.com. And no, I'm not trying to, $797 does not change my life, but it changes yours. It changes yours. And this is the last opportunity that I'm going to do this. You got to ask somebody why. You got to ask yourself, why are you here? And like, what do you want? And why is it important to you? What's stopping you? And don't say other people, because it's not. What's stopping you? If you can't lead yourself, how are you going to lead somebody else? And you can lead yourself. I'm proof that you can lead yourself. I've seen people go from food stamps in our community and in 1 year do $160,000. And they had dry patches in that, by the way. 5-month periods where they couldn't sell. That's when you need me. Or you need somebody that's really good, that knows that that's normal and there's nothing wrong with you, so that you don't get in your own head and hold yourself back again. What's stopping you? There's always going to be two things that stop you and stop other people. Until you can have the courage to say yes to yourself, you will never be able to have the courage to say yes, have somebody else say yes to themselves. I say this to my husband all the time as he's going to the next level in something, all the time. I'm like, if you don't do that, you can't lead that. If you can't do that, you don't lead that. See what I'm saying? Because good talk, people know that a lot of people are good talkers. They know it. They know it. You know it. There's a lot of people who are good at talking, but do they have the follow through? The reason why you hesitate on that is because you're worried about your own follow through. See, when you're good at follow through, you're not worried about anybody else being good at follow through, because you're not outsourcing your success to somebody else. Hear what I'm saying? So what do you want? So that's their intention or inspiration. Why do they want it? What's stopping them? There'll be two things. This is, I'll say, like, this is your options, or this is like your opinion for them. This is really the plan, right? So you have to lay out the plan for someone. Okay, it's like, here's my opinion on what you need to do. Hear what I'm saying? Like, get that, Rev Wendy? Here's the opinion of what I think you need to do. And you just give your opinion. Have you all given opinions to friends, family? Yes, you're good at this. You're just not good at it if you get connected to, you're going to get paid. Forget about that. Just at this point, you are just giving to someone and acting as if they're your best friend. You just don't change your tone. Don't sound like a professor. Like, talk the way you talk. L is, what do you like about what I just said? The reason why that's super important is because it tells you what somebody heard. So in our leadership programs, we're always like, what'd you hear me say? What you like about what I just said tells you what they heard. That's positive, that they believe will work. So if I asked you right now, what do you think you've heard today? Like, what do you like about something that we talked about today? Go in the chat and let us know. What really stood out? What was something that you really liked about what we talked about today? Great hooks. Financial freedom is more than a possibility. So good. Hooks. I can lead and not sell. The hook thing. Financial freedom. Need a list now. Energy and passion. Never trusted myself. Quick decisions. Money and mindset. Financial freedom. Okay, good. Right? So now you're focused on the right thing. You're actually focused on abundance. You could not win your race by trying to protect yourself. Do you guys get that? Can't win your race by trying to protect yourself. So in other words, if you get too analytical about growth, you're in trouble. The way you use analytics is you commit to the target life you want. And then you use your analytics under the leadership of asking yourself, how could this work? how could I get into the heartcoreclub.com? Right? How could this work? Can you put up the URL, please? How could this work? Don't shut it down, because I know there's people who are still processing. And when you don't have it up there, you guys should learn this. When you don't have it up there, then what happens is somebody can't make that decision to move forward. They're like, what was the URL again? Right? So you got to understand that. So what's your intention? Why is that important? What is stopping you? There's always two things, and you can do this on yourself, by the way. What's your opinion for them, which is really the plan or the advice? Then you ask them, what did you like about what I just said? That puts somebody in the right emotional state. An emotional state is important. Now, if you're making a decision, like on Hardcore Club, right, and you're analytical, or you've been hurt before, or you're having this conversation with somebody else, you need to lead it the same way I'm leading you. And you need to say, use your analytics to ask yourself, how could this work? How could this time zone work? How could I find the money? Right? How could I get what I'm saying? Yes. V is, this is your vision for them. Vision is your offer. So we have the offer heartcoreclub.com right now. Let us teach you sales. Let us handle your lead gen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Let us set up the rest of your year. Just what I'm offering on there sets up your whole year. Takes care of your buyers and your leads, takes care of your sales, and now we took care of your copywriting. You know what I'm saying? Yes? Powerful. E is excellent. What credit card do you want to put this on? What credit card would you like to put this on? Got it? Yes? Did you write that down? Yes or no? Okay, practice it. Put it up on the wall, walk around, be like, okay, so let me ask you a question. If there's one thing that I could solve for you today, what would it be? That's the I. Why is that important to you? Okay, so tell me what's stopping you. Tell me what's stopping you. So here's my opinion on what you should do. What did you like about what I just said? You know what? I have a vision for you. And the vision is that you break out of the middle class. If you're in the middle class right now, my vision is you break free of that right now by hearing my words and you go all in. Excellent. What credit card would you like to put that on? Okay, on the vision, you do need to lay out what's in the product, program, or service. Right? You can't just say it like that. You gotta lay out product, so the bullets of what they're getting. Got it? Take a picture of that. Take a picture of that. Go, go, go. We did drop PDFs in the chats, but take a picture of that before I flip the page. Take a picture of that. We did drop PDFs in the there's my dog. PDFs in the chat. Take a picture of that. Okay, so let's do a couple hot seats and end this day. You ready for some money plans? Okay, I'm ready to give some money plans. Christina, Jensen.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, give me a money plan for you. What do you want to make?
A money problem or a plan?
Either or. What do you need me most for?
Money would be great. So I just sent out a survey to my list asking I'm coming up with some new material. What problem would you like me to solve for you?
Okay, that's great. So did they respond?
You know what? I am getting responses and I'm floored. So my list is only 600 and the responses I've got are confidence, procrastination, authenticity, getting to know themselves more deeply.
What's the pattern you're seeing is their biggest challenge? What's the underlying pattern?
Just being real with themselves.
Okay, so if they're real with themselves, you guys, you're always looking, there's always a pattern happening. Call it that riptide, right? There's always a pattern. Yeah. Like I'm doing a whole challenge on this.
Yeah.
There's a pattern in everybody's life that's sucking them out to sea.
Yeah, it's the who am I?
It doesn't matter how hard they work, they can't break the pattern. What is it for yours?
Who am I?
Okay, so they have an identity. So they have an identity crisis.
They do. They have an identity crisis.
Does not surprise me because we now have like 50 something denominations of a human being. We now have tampons for men. Did you know that? We have tampons for men now.
Wow.
Okay, like I'm not kidding you. We have tampons for men. And so men, ladies don't want to wear the tampons. I can't believe that you're going to wear a tampon, you don't get a period, right? Like we have a massive identity crisis, right? And so one thing to, don't get me going, one thing to love a certain, you know, human being, you know, same sex, whatever, but now we're like putting tampons with someone that doesn't get a period, right? So we have a massive identity crisis in this world right now. So that doesn't surprise me. This is what I was talking about in the club. You can, guys, listen to me. You cannot get so consumed on fighting people's belief systems, you will miss the wealth. While you're fighting, other people are getting rich. Okay, so you got to stop fighting the wrong battles. You really got to stop fighting the wrong battles. Okay, and so the right battles, you know, even if you think about 50-something versions of a human being, okay, so even if you thought about that, I mean, gay rights, traditional rights, like it's like, listen, the problem is identity, right? Like the problem is identity. Just feel like, don't give a shit what anybody says about you. Whether you're gay, you're purple, you're black, you're green, you're white, like just stop, just like own your power and go out there and change the world, right? Like seriously, I was talking to this beautifully handsome black man and he was on a rage. I know that there's lots of different belief systems about this, but he's like this major PhD. He's like, nobody ever made me feel less than. He's like, I worked my ass off to get the PhD. I got the PhD and I want to keep focusing on what I'm doing, right? He's like, I don't want anybody to put me as like down on this. I worked my ass off for this, right? That's a man who knows his identity. You know what I mean? Doesn't give a shit about what anybody thinks. So I know that's risking to say, especially in today's climate, right? And so, it doesn't surprise me. This is what I'm talking about when I led some of the content with the club. I don't want to fight about belief systems. I want to show you how to have your belief system and how to amplify it in the world that you get authority so that you can help more people get authority. Yeah. When you're all fighting about things, guess what? The greatest leaders in the world are cashing in. They're cashing in on your fighting. You know what I mean? It's like when you're dancing to the algorithms on social media and not getting any clients and you're getting all these followers to the algorithms, they're like, keep building my business, people, keep building it because I'm going to exit this. I'm going to exit and sell all your data, right? Like, it's like, get it? So you're on it and I think you should go strong on it. And I think you need to go deep into looking at the identity crisis in the world, how many people that don't know who they are commit suicide, how many people that are depressed, all of that is an identity crisis.
Yeah.
Probably why I'm so big on faith, right? And so
yeah, I'm a pastor.
Yeah.
So I help people connect more deeply to God, to find their belonging in.
So you get it. It's like there's somebody in the company who's awesome, and she said to me, sometimes I don't feel comfortable in a church because I'm gay. I'm like, don't go to a church that would judge you. Go to a church that wouldn't.
Exactly.
Right? Like go to a church that'd be like, guess what? If being gay is a sin, so is being fat, and so is saying the word fuck.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And so it's like, if you have a pastor that judges you, don't go under that leadership. Go under a leadership that can hear you, see you, empathize. And guess what, y'all? Every pastor sins as well.
Absolutely.
Right? It's unbelievable how much we're fighting over stuff that just is insane about being right versus actually about making a difference. So pick your leadership to go under and rock and roll. So you're on it and that's awesome. Expand it. Okay. So hook on it. And so you're going to have to prove to people why the identity is the problem. And so now you're going to have to go get some facts and there's some really good frameworks on, like one of my hooks coming out, I think it just came out. 67% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Just take that in for a second. So that's a great hook. A statistic is a great hook, right? So 67% of Americans, that's a massive number, are living paycheck to paycheck. I have a lot of job security right now. You know what I mean? I have a lot of job security right now because eventually the pain will get so much that they're either going to be on the streets. And by the way, I've had people on the streets hire me because it took that to get resourceful enough to pay the coaching fee. You see what I'm saying? And if you don't pay, don't pay attention. So go get a statistic. I got 2 statistics coming out right now, and that's the hook. And start with that and start helping people. All right, next person. Beth. Beth, where are you? There we go. Hi, Beth. You're muted I can't hear you. She's like, yeah, I know. There you are.
Hi there.
Hi, what's your money question?
So my question is, my most immediate need is to just reach out to people and get consults so that I can enroll them into my year-long coaching program. Just one-on-one coaching.
Okay, so repeat that. Sorry, I just saw.
That's okay.
So your biggest challenge is to get people to enroll in your group coaching program?
No, one-on-one. So my biggest challenge is to just get them to schedule a phone call with me.
Okay, do you have a good size list?
It's only about 350 right now.
Okay,
I've had a lot of attrition.
Okay, so focus on the list power training, right? Build the list. I'm going to recommend, do you know our stacking system?
Yes, I did a stack last fall.
Awesome. So I want you for the next 3 months to put a stack on, and make your stacks. I'll tell you guys what a stack is. So she does, in the List Power program, we might teach you how to do a 1-day interview series. This is just one of the versions, a 1-day interview series. It's called a summit. Okay.
Yep. That's what I did.
Great. Is that how you spell summit? S-U-M-I-T-T. That's not right. 2 M's, 1 T. Yes. Okay, yeah. I've been teaching this for a long time. Okay,
you don't have to be able to spell to make millions of dollars.
That didn't look right. Okay, so do 2 1-day summits, two 1-day summits.
Okay.
And in fact, you know what? Yeah, do 2 1-day summits, and then you know what I'm going to actually recommend you do? I'm just sensing leadership. So I'm going to do a 2-day summit.
Okay.
So it's kind of, I just did it again. It's kind of like putting 2 1-days back to back. Well, it's not kind of, it is. And I want you to make a different offer on each of them.
Oh, okay.
And so what is it that what do you solve in your private coaching program?
It's general life coaching, but it's around from a Christian perspective for women.
Gosh, I got 2 of you guys. Okay, so think about, so I'm just gonna say I did one of these days around marrying. This will be good language for her, but not everybody will understand this. But making sure you're evenly yoked with the person you marry. Okay, so maybe that's 1 day. So evenly yoked with the person that you marry. Okay, so then I can't spell today. I'm having a real dyslexic moment. And then the day 2 might be around asking for what you want in your life, really defining your purpose.
Sure.
Right. So the second one's, and you might switch these. You might do purpose first, and then marry or partner or whatever with someone that you're evenly yoked with. Okay. So now you'll hook. Who would this be for? So see how I backed into the hook on this one? I'm going to hook a single person. Do you see what I'm saying? You're dating or you're single. And how do you design a life that's on purpose and find the person, or make sure you have the person that you're evenly yoked with? Because my friends, marrying somebody who you're not evenly yoked with is a challenge, right? And a lot of people don't marry the right person. I don't mean to say it like that, but they just don't. Do you know what I mean? They marry someone with completely different value systems. Ladies, some of you guys marry men that never want to go to church, and you do, and you're okay with that. Sometimes you marry people, or you date people that don't want to have kids, and you do. You know, like, it's like the signs are all over the place, but just the need to feel loved, or like Christina was talking about, like, your identity is so broken that you're not standing up to what you want, which is much easier to have what you want. It's much easier to have what you want, to make the money that you want, than to be comfortable. I mean, many of you guys are choosing comfort over calling, you know, and so that's the problem. You're not hungry enough. But the problem that I keep seeing is you're going to keep working anyway and burning the hours of your life. So it makes more sense to go all in, you know. So for you, I think really looking a hook for single women or single people, and then talking about these two things and making an offer, which could be a paid coaching session with you. It could be that simple. I mean, you could do a paid coaching session with you for $99 or $47 and coach them on these topics that's specific to the day. Make the offer 4 times. Does any of you guys remember that after you make an offer, how many more times you need to do it? Does anybody remember? Go in the chats and tell me. Who remembers? After you make an offer, how many times do you need to reach out to them afterwards, or even say it again? That's right, 15 to 17 times, right? So if you interview 12 people, you can get in probably 5 to 10 offers, like saying it over and over and over again. Like, how many times
after each one?
Club.com, right? I know you're going to need help on this. I am your security blanket. Let me be that help. Go to heartcoreclub.com. If you're not making the money you want, I guarantee you don't have enough leads, and you don't have enough skills in enrolling them. Okay? That's where Heartcore Club comes in, right? So it's like, you keep making it, but you just look for the authentic door that opens. There's always a door that opens that you can re-say the offer. So you could probably get it in 10 times here and 10 times here. You're in 20. You're going to have more people than you can actually deal with, even if you have a small list build. Okay. So I'm setting a goal for you to have 40 to 45 people take the offer. And then I challenge you to do all of those in 1 week. My husband did 300 coaching sessions in 3 days.
Do 40 of these one-off coaching sessions in 1 week?
Yep. And then you'll notice that, just like, so originally, I don't know if you guys know the story, but I was doing a challenge and I talked about putting Ash as a bonus for a 20-minute strategy session with them. It was a pure give. It wasn't about selling. It wasn't about anything. We were just brainstorming, and it ended up on the page. And when I noticed it ended up on the thank you page after people registered, there was 300 people who already bought. And I was like, oh my God, he's going to kill me. And so literally we pulled it off, but we still had to fulfill because we promised. So then I had to go with my tail between my legs and tell my husband that this happened. And he looked at me and was like, how am I going to do this? Well, the reason why I don't worry about my husband in sales, and the reason why I love him taking care of our sales team and training them, is because he went, Shanda, how am I going to do that? And I was like, I don't know. I'm so sorry. And I started to laugh because it was comical. Like, I couldn't believe that. I was like, you know what I mean? And so, like, he was like, I'll figure it out. And he walked away. He's like, I'll figure it out. And he did 300 of them. And he went back to back. I think Suzanne helped him in concierge, I believe. Ash was about 10 calls in. And then he realized, he kept saying, are you a Mentor Me Live? Are you a Mentor? And he was like, I need to get Suzanne, and I need to get a processor and people who need to be in that program. I'm gonna enroll them. I'm gonna coach them, and I'm gonna enroll them. And so he enrolled, I can't remember how many, but it was, do you remember? It was like 7 or 10 people in 3 days. which is awesome, you know, in a $12,000 program. It shows you that if you just worked, what could happen. Some of you guys have a goal for 12 people, period. He did that like in 3 days. And it was an afterthought. It was like truly understanding how important it is for you to get good at sales and good at leads. Because as he was coaching you, he was like, oh my gosh, she or he should be in this program. And then they'd say yes. And then he would hand them over to a credit card processor that would process them, because he had no links, he had no anything, because that wasn't the intention. But it is the intention here. Okay, so coach them. And then if they're a good fit, make them an offer and take their credit card. Excellent credit card would you like to put it on? Okay, so that's.
Gotcha. I'm taking your picture.
Go for it.
Thank you.
Put that on. Okay, got it? Anybody learn anything from that? Yes or no? Go in the chat. Yes or no? Lillian, let's pop you up.
Hi, Shanda. Thank you so much for this amazing event. I found you from the Tony Robbins Unleash the Breakthrough Challenge. So thank you so much.
Oh,
I
Hold
want
on
to be
1 second. I want to make sure I just do this math for you guys. On this last strategy, if she has 40 people, if she does $99 and she has 40 people say yes, that means she's made basically $4,000, $39,000 or $3,900. Sorry. So she's made $3,900 at $99 on doing the list building strategy, because she knows how to do list building strategy. So on doing the list building strategy, she makes $4,000, $3,900 in 1 day, in 2 days. Out of those 40 people, she could realistically, without being crazy good at sales, but she could realistically enroll 8 people in a $10,000 program, life coaching program for her, right? That means she's done $80,000 with 20%, taking a $10,000 coaching program. She's done $80,000 off this 2-day summit. She's made $3,900 cash up front. So she's paid for any expenses anywhere. Do you see what I'm saying? In 2 days. It's powerful. All right, go for it. Oh, let me unmute you again. What's your question?
Oh, thank you so much. So I just wanted to be totally transparent. I'm 25 years old, so I'm enrolling in a Doctors of Business program next summer.
Great.
And I've had a lifelong dream to be a coach and a book author. So I'm trying to get a book with Hay House. And I got a $70,000 check yesterday. And it was the most money I've ever had. And I have a lot of fear. I think it's because of being young. Yeah. And I'm wondering.
You're 25?
Yes.
Okay, look at me. Look at me. You're not that young.
Right.
Because you know what this conversation goes to? It goes from, and you guys all listen to me here. It goes from I feel too young. And then all of a sudden I feel too old. That it's actually, it's, I'm going to get a little crazy on y'all right now, but that is a spiritual warfare moment. Okay. And so that's not true. It's a lie. You're 25 years old. Our first nanny at 25 years old learned how to build a list and sell. She stopped being our nanny and she ended up building a business. And then she came and she worked with people her own age. That was like the thing she wanted to do. It was called Our Time or something. It's Our Time. And she still does lives every week on it, I believe. She just messaged me the other day. And then she became one of our top sales girls. She actually consulted people around building their businesses after she did it. She made very, very good money working with us. And now she does medical sales and she's 30, I think, or 31. Okay. So you're not that young. So we're going to just break that off you right now. You're 25 years old. There are 25-year-old multi-millionaires. You're ready to go. Claim it. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much. And that's definitely the middle class mindset that I'm trying to break.
Yep, 100%. But you see it, which is great, because you're 25. Before you know it, you're going to be 30. Before you know it, it's like, you know, you're gonna be 35. Before you know it, you're gonna be 40. Am I lying, you guys? I mean, yes, you could say, oh, 25, so young. That is just us saying, God, 25, it was great. Like, I wish I would have embraced my body, embraced my looks, embraced my energy, embraced all of that, so much more. But 25 goes like that. You know what I mean? Like it's time to get serious about what you're up to. And you are based on results. So don't give up your dream to be a coach. Don't give up your dream to be an author. I just had a friend get a $500,000 a year Hay House advancement. She's got a good list. They look at your list. They always look at your list, right? And they look at your list before they look at your social media. In fact, from what I'm being told, they don't even care about social media at this point anymore because it's not producing enough fruit for them, right? And so, you know, you could, I mean, we have a woman that teaches people how to build books, Sarah, and she went from $20,000 a year to $500,000 to $1 million, and now she is doing over $300,000 a month, and she did that in a couple years doing what we're teaching in the club in List Power. That's it. That's it. Those are the two strategies she's working. The club and List Power strategies. Now she is in our bigger program, but she's working those two strategies. Do you see what I'm saying? So what can I help you with right now, or are you good?
I'm good. I just wanted some general feedback from you, and you're so pretty, and thank you so much for having this event. I've learned so much from you, so thank you.
So good. So good. I hope that I can get inside your mind on that, because I don't want you holding yourself down because you're 25 years old. Like, you are awesome. And listen, there are people on this line right now that are 2 times your age who are not doing what you're doing right now. And so own it. Like, own it. Okay. It's awesome. You're smart. You're powerful. Own it, you know, but don't feel too young, because I promise you that will flip to all of a sudden, am I too old to do that triathlon now? Am I too old to build a business now? No, the woman who built Hay House didn't build Hay House until she was, I think, 60. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I say that to my mom all the time. I'm like, she didn't get started till then, you know? So you got this, rock and roll. Okay, guys, let me summarize this up. All right, Lillian, see you later. Let me summarize this up for you guys. Okay, first and foremost, close this up. First and foremost, you can see it doesn't take a lot to make a lot of money. Let me give you some final words and write this down. You don't need millions of people to become a millionaire. Okay? You don't need millions of people to become a millionaire. You can, right? You can, just grab my calculator. I'm going to always tell you got to focus on traffic first. You know what I'm focused on right now? Traffic. I want to go to the next level. I need more traffic. Notice I'm not focusing on what's another product, that's not where my focus is. Like, we have another product that's going to come out called Runway, right? We're doing a whole book around it. We're going to do a whole book launch around it, but it's not Runway that makes us famous. Right? Like, if we don't have traffic, nobody knows who we are. Are y'all getting this? I mean, hand on a Bible right now. If you don't have traffic, you have no business. On average, 1,700 to 2,300 is what our client builds in List Power. On average. Okay? On average. We offered that on the heartcoreclub.com, right? We gave it with both packages. We gave it with the $300 a month if you want to do that, no contracts. I mean, shit, you guys, for $300 a month for me to coach you 6 times in a month, that's insane. And then I'll coach you for 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Even if you did it for a month and canceled, I don't care. Get yourself in the door. Get yourself in the door, okay? You've got to build the list. I'm focused on traffic again, right? I'm always focused on traffic, but I'm very bullish on traffic right now because I have a big jump, because I have a huge target goal that I want right now. and I want to hit it before I'm 50. And so I like, my runway's running out. You could see that new product, right? Like, it's like, all I keep saying, I keep walking around going, my runway's running out, my runway's running out, my runway's running out. And I don't want to nosedive. So I got to go like now. Like now. If I don't, I will regret it for the rest of my life. And I don't want to live with that. Anybody else feel me on that? Like, you can feel it? And I'm safe financially. But it's like, no, there's a huge, this time is going to be written in history. What side of the tracks do you want to be on? What side of the tracks do you want to be on? I promise you, it doesn't take long to become financially free. We just got to make you enough cash, but I need traffic. You cannot get there without traffic. You can do 7 million freaking social media lives between now and the end of the year, and you are not going to have the traffic you need because you won't be able to convert it the same way. It's transient. Okay, like I can promise you, if I lined up every single one of my clients and said, what are your highest buyers? Social media, running ads. If I run ads on social media, which I do, that converts less than if I ask 20 of my friends to mail their email lists. That mailing of the email list is high conversions. Okay, so Lillian, you said you met me through Dean Graziosi and Tony Robbins' event. So Dean and Tony's #1 traffic source right now is their list and other people's lists. I know that because I was just with Dean a couple months ago. It's their list and other people's lists. And they run a lot of traffic. It's their list and other people's lists that are converting the highest. That is their cash is king. Okay, they just finished doing a big partnership meeting where they poured into all of us and taught us, just like I'm teaching you, and then asked us who wants to support the next launch. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same strategy I'm doing with you. Who wants me to be your coach? Right? And smart people grab a hold of it and go. We always support their launches. They're good. Right? It's like, if you know you need traffic, go to hardcoreclub.com. Don't be crazy. Let me ask you a really quick question. Thank you. This is percolating in my head. So I have a video sales letter. And we've only ever given this to our clients just recently. I've never given this as a bonus for anything. Okay, so if you have any idea what a video sales letter is, well, let me tell you, it costs about $50,000 to $75,000 to have somebody produce a video sales letter for you, to do the script, you record it, and to edit it. So I just gave this to our clients at their last mastermind. I have a list of questions that I had Gail, our marketing manager, ask me. And they're copywritten in a way when the way the question is asked, what comes out of you is very compelling. It's all leadership. If I ask you a specific question, I will get a specific answer out of you. There are a series of questions. If you ask somebody to turn on an iPhone and record you and ask you the questions, and you give that video to someone like Myung, who's sitting behind the camera right now, which we can connect you. Somebody put clientcare@hardcorebusiness.com in the chat. If you email clientcare@hardcorebusiness.com and you ask them for my videographer's information, you could have somebody else record you. My point is, who wants my questions? Who wants my questions? If I gave you these questions, a VSL, a video sales letter, is way more highly converting than any webinar ever will be. Okay, so we ask the questions. You have a friend record you and ask the questions, and then when you answer them, send them to Myung and have Myung edit it. You need a good editor, right? Myung can edit it for you. You put it up on a page, and every time you do a podcast, a Facebook Live, anything, you drive traffic to that VSL. That VSL should sell something for anywhere between $27 to like $70. Okay? and just figure out, if you want to DM me on Instagram, you could do that. Here's what I'll do. Like, talk about an insane offer on hardcoreclub.com. If you let me coach you, if you just trust me and let me show you how to do this, I promise you I'll change your life. That is a promise that if you do what I tell you to do, I can change your life. And so, but you got to do what I tell you to do. If you've done this before, do it again, right? Do it, like do it. Whatever you have to do, pay attention to this and do it. Let me coach you on hardcoreclub.com. Either package, I'll give you my VSL. It'll take our team a minute to be able to get that together for you, but it's just a list of questions that if somebody asks you and you answer and have me on edit it for you, you will be able to have the thing that you send everybody to that will qualify great people to work with you. Now, I want to tell you something. I did hire everybody you could imagine. Well, not everybody, 2 people. And I spent, I think it was $10,000 on a regular copywriter to do a VSL for me, which it was horrible. And then I was about to pull the trigger to pay $60,000 for someone to write a scripted VSL for me. And my friend gave me this list of questions. And I'd like to tell you that that VSL is crushing it. The VSL itself is crushing it. And I only ever did 1 take. Okay, so it's a game changer for you. So everybody who already jumped into hardcoreclub.com, you got it. I'm going to give it to you. Obviously, it wouldn't be fair not to give it to you at this point. But if you're sitting on the fence, now is the time to take action. Now is the time to take action. Let me show you to get traffic. Our average client will get 1,700, 2,300. Do you think, say you only got 800 people on your list and your text and email, do you think that maybe 10 people out of 800 would be interested in working with you? Sharon, Tanya, you guys, do you think that 10 people out of 800 people might be interested? Imagine if you just figured out a product for $700. Shit, just ask me. I can figure it out for you on Instagram DMs in seconds. If you jump into this, DM me, I'll figure it out for you, right? 700 out of, if you had 800 people on the list, which by the way would be a failure, means that you failed at it. You didn't have a good hook, right? And so say you got $700 and we have 10 people buy that. I could have done that. That's $7,000. That should be your target. Right away, I want you to sell 10 $700 products off the back end of the list build. Make $7,000. Let's keep it stupid simple. You can do a pay in full or a 3-pay. Those are the only options people can choose. 700, pay in full or 3-pay. Just make that your structure. We'll figure out what to sell for 700. Okay? So that's what you got to focus on first. We do that list power intensive. Secondly, you must survey. So when you survey your list, you must survey and ask your list, what is it that they want around your topic? When I talk to you about people don't listen well enough, that's what I mean. We've heard a couple of my clients pop up and say, I just finished my survey. I'm surprised how many people are answering. We were able to say, I think it was wasn't Kimberly, it was Christina. I was able to say, your people are fighting with identity. You're confident, go push that, let's go. But I couldn't have made that up out of my head because that's me not paying attention to what they're saying. The climate changes all the time. The only reason why her climate is so big on identity is all of the stuff going on with transgender, binary, abortion, race theory. Like there's so much going on about our identity at this point that people don't even know like what's safe to talk about, right? Yeah, we are afraid to talk because we might offend somebody. So what's just happened to us? We've all been suppressed. All of us, even the strongest leaders have been suppressed because they're afraid to talk about anything because nobody knows what politically correct is anymore, right? And so that's identity. That's like, I don't trust myself to say anything at this point. So she's on point. It won't stay that way. Or hopefully it won't stay that way, but it won't stay that way, because what will happen is the climate will change and she will have to change the way that she sells the same product. Are you guys picking this up? This is why you can sell something and it's rocky and then you're like, oh my gosh, like it's not selling anymore. No, you're not surveying. And if you don't have a list and you don't have good traffic coming in, you got a breakdown in selling. After surveying, that is the only time you sell. Now that sale or sell can be a webinar. It could be a masterclass like I'm teaching you. It could be a challenge. Or it could be your products or programs. I don't sell without a survey. I don't sell anything I'm doing, whether it's free or it's not free, without a survey. And that is not a ask my Instagram to vote. Okay, that is not it. I can do that too, but that's not a strong enough climate. Why do I know that? Because just look at the engagement on social media. It's not the same. I've done influencer marketing. I can get 2,000 comments and I can get 25,000, 30,000, 50,000 views. All that is a paid traffic game. And I can have the highest influencers on all the platforms to market me like that. For 10,000, 15,000, 35,000 a month, they'll do it. A whole bunch of them. You'll think I'm famous. I've done it. And then you know what you end up with? A bunch of people that don't want what you have. But you got some vanity metrics, but they don't want what you have. After that, you need to focus on reoccurring. You need reoccurring sales. After that, you need to focus on cash injections. How do you get cash injections? After that, take those cash injections and multiply into passive income. That's the game right there, my friends. That's how you break out of middle class thinking. If you don't follow that formula, you will stay in the working class zone. You will stay in the working class zone thinking that if I make more money, I will become free. And you won't. You won't. So I'll end on this. I have a wonderful uncle. I love him to death. He's going to be down here. Got it. He's going to be down here. Can you guys let's send out a pocket coaching and announce the winner. We'll send out a pocket coaching right after this and we'll announce the winner. Okay. So I have a great uncle that I absolutely love. He actually taught me how to pay myself first, which is really how do you create the income to multiply, right? And whenever I don't have that strategy, because recently we took it out, but it's back in our company. For about 3 months, we didn't pay ourselves first, which is pulling money off the top and putting it into account. And I tell you, you don't make as much money when you do that. You'll always fall short. And so I was like, stop. We must pay ourselves first. So we went back into that strategy. We're in it now. We're back in the game. We've been in it for a long time. Anyway, long story short, is my uncle who's coming down right now to see us. And he taught me that strategy. And he has built incredible companies for London Life Insurance and has got 75,000 square foot homes and all of this stuff. And can I tell you something? I have watched more financial ups and downs and pains, and he's never been able to get out of the working class. He's never been able to have complete freedom income. And I share that with you. I know that because it was even just a few years ago that they were asking us to do some investments in some of the stuff they're doing. Now, I admire the heck out of him. He's super smart. He's an incredible human being and super smart, but the smartest people are not at the top. And I think it's time for you to raise your target lifestyle way above what you thought. And you might think, Shanti, you're crazy. I haven't hit the one that I thought. Yeah, because the hunger hasn't been there enough because you haven't looked at the runway. See, when the target lifestyle is so big, you will automatically feel like you're running out of runway, like really running out of runway. And that pressure is a privilege. That pressure is a privilege. It will have you make moves, countries, states, things. It will have you make moves in your life that you would never have made because most of you don't even think you're going to really hit the target lifestyle you have right now, and you probably won't unless you up it. Can you guys hear what I'm saying? So I'm not being a Debbie Downer. I'm saying it's counterintuitive because the middle class average mindset will tell you that's insane to make the vision bigger. You haven't hit what you said. That is actually not how it works. Because if you're lacking urgency or lacking drive or lacking action, or you're scared or you see yourself pulling back or control or any of that, that is an indicator right there that you do not have a big enough lifestyle target. And if you could trust me on this and hear me on this, I'm telling you, everything will change from there. You will become resourceful to grab a hold of whatever you need to be able to build this thing called your life. So we're going to wrap this live up. I'm going to move to my 1% clients who are over there crushing it. I want to say it was an honor to coach you guys. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw in my video sales letter script that you can just literally answer those questions. I'm going to tell you that alone is going to save you, I know it's crazy, but $50,000. And the only people who get in those games are the ones that you watch over and over and over again, that you hear, oh my God, they make $40 million, they make $10 million. Up your game. It's just a strategy of answering those questions and getting more traffic through it. That's it. And it'll give you quality customers and clients. So who's excited about that? All right, you guys, I just want to ask you, go in the chat right now and tell me, what was one of your biggest ahas right now? What was one of your biggest ahas over the last few hours? Ryan and Beth and Christina, Gail, what was one of your biggest ahas? Jessica, Barbara, Ramona, Brad, what was one of your biggest aha strategies? Go in the chat. Oh, good. So good. Share with your friends' emails. The VSL script is a freaking game changer. Do you know I wanted to do a VSL for 3 years, and finally that just made it so easy that anybody can do it. I'd never done one before, and it was able to just come out like that. God, I tried for 3 years. Okay, so survey recommended, up my game, I solve, it's all the numbers. Stop being reasonable, create a bigger lifestyle target. That is huge. Okay, I can't even tell you how huge that is. I'm possible, I solve in the VSL, vision leads, so good. All right, you guys, we're gonna open up the lines. If you're sitting on the fence with Hardcore Club, I'm telling you, just trust yourself. Just trust me and trust yourself. Let us help you. All right, you guys, open the lines, let's say goodbye. Yay! Come on.
You are so awesome, Shanda.
Hi.
Thank you so
Shanda.
much. I loved it.
Thank you so much.
Shanda so much.
So much.
Amazing. Thank you.
Always amazing.
Amazing.
Thanks so much.
Love is awesome.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Have a great day.
Bye. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Shanda.
Thank you. Thank you, Shanda. Blessings.
I loved it.
Thank you.
Blessings to you. Blessings.
Blessings.
We love you.
God bless you.
Great adventures in Puerto Rico.
The club is awesome. Get after it.
I can prove you have 11 fingers.
Our next mastermind in Puerto Rico.
You want me to show you how you have 11 fingers? Hold on. So my so come.